Hello everybody, welcome back to Wappleville, or should I say welcome back to the Shire. Yep, we got more, we got the Shire Town, that's what we should probably call this. Yeah, Shire Town. This one, you can see a little trough over here, it's got a little pen for some critters. Wasn't able to get the critters prepped for this, but we're gonna roll with it anyways. Actually, I got another building printed out, two more Hobbit holes printed out. Hey there, Armored Wolf. That was absolutely nuts about the die. I'm just trying to think of ways it could get that pressurized in a way that's never, ever, ever, ever happened before. How you doing there, Ryan? Nice to see you, Ryan. Yeah, so this is actually that was the first one that we did. And we've done three other ones, well, two other ones. Let me get this guy out here. So there's another one. Look at that. That's even got Bilbo Bananigans right there. So great to see you there, Ryan. I hope that you're doing super well. We're gonna start out the usual way with all of our glazy stuff here, which means we get right down into all the super interesting things where we just mix paint and thinner together. Now, right now, the third video in this series is rendering. I believe me, it took quite some time to be able to film that. It's going to be weird because obviously we're doing it more than 5 episodes. I was just wondering, Armored Wolf, if it came that way, I could see that happening. And so, Ryan, it's okay if I just share that link then? I guess what? Just do it as a Patreon post, right? Just share the link in the post and they should be able to, well, get what they should be able to get and maybe not get what they shouldn't be able to get, right, Ryan? So thanks again for doing that. Let's just put some stuff in here. I'm just going to get me a couple of, yeah, there we go. One of these guys going here. So I'll try to just pop that in the, I think I'll just throw a link in the, well, I guess that, nah, I'll do both. I'll do both. I'll do a private message thing and then I'll also make the, no, private. That's right. I should just do it in a private message, Ryan. Yep, I just realized that those posts are public, which means that all of a sudden everybody would have access to that. So, talked myself out of that one. All right, we got Mars Black in one, and we've got Van Dyke Brown in the other. So thanks again, Ryan, for doing. I know you got tons and tons of stuff going on there with the new endeavor and everything else. But I think it should help folks a lot. Because some folks, they just, well, they don't get the, well, I think what happens is it ends up in their spam folder or something like that. I think that's what happens. I guess should I only, well, let's see. Well, I have to, actually, Ryan, it's in, well, I guess because I'm the creator, I'm just thinking, no, it's, actually, I'm wondering why well, let's see. I'll have to test that and see if I can actually see it. I know I've sent the link to other people, but it'd be interesting if it kind of said, no, you can't see this because you're not subscribed. Yeah, Ryan, that would be, well, good because, right, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to actually have more of that stuff going on, more the little short YouTube videos and such. It'll be just in time. That's for sure. Now we'll just have to work that all the way back in there. Again, this is just mostly the Van Dyke Brown here. I am going to get some of the brown ochre in here. We'll probably do some take some of our flock or whatever and make that look more like, well, soil, dirt, whatever in here. Yeah, Ryan, it's I was just thinking, well, yeah, I've looked at it. I said, no, no, I've sent out the link. Now this is hilarious. They continued the texture here, but they didn't actually end it. That's pretty funny with one of these, one of the wooden sections here. That's pretty hilarious. That is quite funny. So yeah, thanks again, Ryan. It's going to be interesting. I thought that BYU had lost that game because, well, the game was on while it was streaming, and I did not notice that there was the penalty there. I didn't see the penalty, which gave him that other opportunity. That's super. Well, like I was saying, Ryan, I've got all of those other vids that we need to be sharing out there. So, be great if we can do that. Wow, look at this. Look at that. It just is marching out here. Holy smokes! Let's give it another direction to go, shall we? We might have to do some more. You know what? Here, let me. I think I used. Oh, that's right. I used my a lot of my blue tack on getting all those lizards on my little Dead Reaper paint jars. Just realized that. But yeah, it should be again. Hopefully that really helps folks out and there's way less confusion. Because that'd be super nice. Because folks, sometimes they just don't quite. Oh, that's right. We weren't gonna be doing that. Well, let's see. We got this here. I just remembered just as that went down in there. We'll just get that shoved in there and try and absorb some of that. Like so. Right, Grand Oracle? Hey there, Grand Oracle. Appreciate that. Yeah, we got the latest video rendering now. So hopefully tomorrow we'll be able to check that one out. So yeah, Grand Oracle, well, we should have an interesting addition for folks wanting to interact with the Patreon page there. So this is sort of well, we're just doing these kind of darker glaze things here. We've found out that it just kind of works better for these if it's just lighter primed. We do this. Actually, well, over here, this was just, that wasn't supposed to go over there. That's why I was wiping that away. It's like a pre-glaze you don't have to wipe away, Grand Oracle, which is kind of nice. Yeah, it's a pre-glaze that you just work with it once it's on there. Don't have to bother trying to wipe it away. So happy Thursday there, Grand Oracle. Now, Grand Oracle, is there anything with scouts or swim meets this weekend? I keep thinking that it's Tuesday or something like that. Completely forgetting what day it is, of course. Hey there, Tavern Keeper. Nice to see ya. And since I now actually know what day it is, happy Thursday. Now, unfortunately, again, I won't be able to paint the giant Hobbit tavern on stream because it's just, well, like I said, it's about 4 to 4.5 of these things wide, side by side, and then it's probably another at least 2.5 to 3 of these tall. So yeah, it's not going to fit on stream. Well, that sounds like fun, Grand Oracle. Hey, Gillian, actually, well, it wiped out everything. It wiped out Canned, it wiped out Farharad, Harad, it wiped out all the named ring rates. Yeah, Gillian, we spent the entire month of October painting named ring rates. Well, what did they wipe out? Named ring rates, all of them. So, most, yeah, definitely not what I was hoping to see, that's for sure. Hey there, Nurgle Matthew. Now, Ryan, is the game this weekend? Is it a home game, or I'm guessing it's, well, no, they were on the road last week, so I'm thinking this week's game is actually at home. I think actually the week before was homecoming, wasn't it? At least I think it was. Again, my brain is, as you can see, my brain is not holding things together anymore. Well, it's a night game. Well, let's see. Actually, let's see. Who is Kansas playing? Because I'm trying to think. Well, obviously, is BYU playing Kansas, Ryan? Yeah, Dark Horse. I was trying to explain that to somebody. Unfortunately, they weren't really familiar with MESBG, so I was trying to explain what we were doing with SPG. So Tavern Keeper, we've done 3 of these so far. This is actually the first one right here. That was the first one, and then this was our second one, I think. Or was this our first? No, this was our second one. Or was this I can't remember. It's been long, and I think this was the second one. I swear the one with the crops was the first one. We also did a forge. We also did, and I've got more of these. I got the wheat crops or corn, and then I've also got, well, whatever the other ones were. We might be painting some of those tonight too. Yeah, Ryan, that was just extra weird on so many levels. I mean, obviously, there's still a lot of weird stuff that can happen because, well, every Saturday something weird happens now. Oh, geez, yeah. I knew there was another bit that I was missing somewhere. So yeah, Galan, they wiped out. Now is that the early game on Saturday there, Ryan, or is that also, or is that like say the afternoon or night game? I have actually, well, here, let me try and bring that up here so that we can. Oh, come on. 1 second here. Hey there, Velfair. Actually, Velfair, I would have been on maybe a little bit sooner, but the computer decided to do something weird or maybe it was just Vegas Pro decided to do something weird. So I was not able to start when I wanted to. Plus, I had to get another print going. So, Nurgle Matthew, I hope that you're doing well. And of course, happy Thursday. Well, we still have almost an hour of Thursday left here. Still a while to go on a happy Thursday here. Let me see. Well, here it is, the Mercer, Alabama game. Now that's the one that everybody has marked on their calendar all season long. That is the epic matchup, a long-time rivalry, a bitter rivalry. It's almost like a bye, but actually, well, Smoo playing Boston College. If that's on the road, that's going to be interesting. That's fine, Velfira. Actually, what popped up on my Instagram? Oh yeah, the Pony Express. from the era well, when Smoo was at least in the upper half of the rankings. And let's grab another paper towel here. We'll just get that out of there. Oh, I forgot about this. We haven't had a roof like that to deal with before. Fine, we'll do this now. That means it's going to be in the wee hours. It's going to be like BYU and Utah. Yeah, it's going to be like that. Okay, all right, that's fine. That should be interesting. Just going to chuck some of this on here, like we've been doing. Waiting for this to have a little chance to set so that I can get in with my lighter, there are my reds and oranges and such. So seeing a bit there of Alfera. Needless to say, we're just getting things underway. I was working, oh yeah, that's right. I've got about half of a video filmed. That massive dragon, well, Smaug, from Neverett Studios. I've basically got all of the gap filling and all that stuff done, and now, as we speak, I am printing up piles and piles of treasure. I mean, they weren't terribly expensive at all. I went on my mini factory just specifically searching for treasure piles, and I found some things that were really what I was looking for. There was some things that were kind of ish, but these were definitely right on target. So I got some of those. There's a roof here somewheres. Yeah, let's just do some more of this. Oh yeah, that's right. I was gonna get the Corbet green. Let me get that Corbet green, JD. How you doing? Hatzer's going to Hats. How you doing? Happy Thursday. So 7 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, let's get this Corbet green out here. Now that must be out in Provo, right? Yeah, it's got to be out in Provo. Then if it's going to be that late, because I don't imagine that Kansas would be starting a game at 9 o'clock in Kansas. That doesn't make any sense. So great to see you there, JD. I hope that you're doing well. This is Hobbit hole number 4. I've got, well, another one ready for tomorrow. I got another one ready for Saturday. And of course, well, we'll be painting more of our IJN on Monday. Yes, all the armies you can't play, right? Right, Dark Horse. Now they have there have been the first leaks of the new rules. Now the one thing it does seem is that these rules are more they're a tweak rather well, again, it's the rules themselves, like as far as the base mechanics of the game, that seems to be about the same. Where all the changes happened is that it's all the profiles and probably the armies. I don't know if you guys have seen some of the new miniatures. Now, Armored Wolf, How many hundreds of dollars do you think that the that troll and those two orcs are gonna be from Forge World? Yeah, Dark Horse. There's, I guess, apparently in the War of the Rohirrim movie, there's gonna be a snow troll or something like that. So Ryan, the basic Hobbit holes. This and the roof is pretty much what how they go. That tavern was, oh my gosh, it was at least 14 parts or so. Now the other thing is, some of them have extra little like there's tables and hay bales and all that other kind of stuff. I actually have a whole bunch of hay bales that I printed out, ironically enough, from Conquest Creations. There's also like let's see, there was like some other stuff for the blacksmith. There was also, where the heck are we gonna put this thing? We'll just chuck you over there. Yeah, it was for the. We'll just leave that there. For the lumberjack thing, there's another, like a table, that sort of thing. So yeah, Dark Horse. That's gonna be. That's gonna have to be super, super, super ultra pricey. There's just no other way around that. You know it's gonna be. Whoops! I almost put that in the window well. That would not have been where we wanted that to go. There's some more Indian yellow. Just gonna start putting some of this out here. A little bit of that floral orange in here now. Come on. So yeah, it's there's that intelligence stat that they added that we're not really sure what that does. Oh, this is the big thing for those that have played it. Apparently, if you win priority, you choose to go first or second. Which actually, that's a big deal. That's a very big deal. Which is ironic because that would have really helped out, say, my Candish army, which doesn't exist anymore. Although, now here's the thing. Apparently, they have unit profiles now, so there's like, I don't know, but one of the profiles was for chariots, so somebody has a chariot. Now, I don't know if that's because, they are doing one last write-up of, say, the Candish army in this particular rule book or something like that, so they're including their chariots, or if somebody else has chariots. Again, to me, again, it was somebody that somehow was able to get their phone out while the book was out, and you could tell because the pages were folded and everything. So, yeah, whatever. Dark Horse, the thing that I actually have to start doing is I have to start finding those gameplay vids for War of the Ring again and have those going. And of course I got to get back to painting my ships so that we can do Middle-earth War at Sea. They're not doing that, right? In MESBG. Hey there, Thousand Young. How you doing? 1 second here. We got to do this right. So Thousand Young, great to see you again. Especially as we keep our eye on you. How you doing there, Thousand Young? Sorry, I had to really try to dig that thing out. It was really buried. Where are we gonna throw this thing? There is nowhere to put that. We'll just have to put it over here. So yeah, go in. The well, what the thing is that what we're worried about is they'll do some rules for them and really make them extra bad, so that nobody will miss them. I guess that's my concern. Also, is that the rules are just going to make them essentially unplayable. So then you just won't want them anymore. The irony, of course, is that what were my sculptors doing? Let's see. Diwali, canned, and printing goes ever on. We're all doing Candish stuff. Of course, Diwali has done a whole bunch of Karn Doom stuff. So I'll get that prepped when I can. It's just, gosh, everything has been extra crazy here. Alright, so now we're starting to get some glow on that hearth there. Now we can maybe start working. No, we never did do anything on the water here. So yeah, Dark Horse, poor Alex. What's going to happen to, where is he? Here he is. What's going to happen to poor Alex there? Is he not going to have a home anymore? So 1,000 Young, if you want to share anything in the chat, like always. Oh, hey Ryan, geez, Ryan, I don't think you had a chance to share your oil painting links. Sorry, Ryan. Again, I'm sorry, the brain is just not doing so great. Pretty much over the last several weeks, but today, apparently today is another shutdown day. Yeah, it's a brain shutdown day. It's one of them kind of days. The no function of the brain kind of day. Let me get some of my... I don't think I really wanted that much of the thinner in there, but we'll just have to roll with what we've got. Nah, that doesn't work out too bad. That actually works out okay. Galeant, now he might end up having some bad habits, right? He might have a little bit too much wine, I guess. However, I guess on the plus side, he might have some yummy food. No problem. No problem, 1,000 Young. Everybody, please check out the link that Ryan just shared. Now that's right. Valfera's not here, so I won't. I was gonna say that I think we're giving up on trying to do what is that, the blueberry cheesecake fudge. Yeah, we're not gonna try and do that. Just too much complexity there to deal with. Oh yeah, Tavern Keeper, sure. Sorry, Tavern Keeper, I didn't see that right away. But yeah, you want to share that? Go ahead. Let people know what the charity is. And everybody, please check out the Insta link that 1,000 Young just shared. Some fabulous sculpting there. And of course, everybody check out Ryan's link because you want to see all that juicy good oil painting. Yes, all oil painted miniatures there from Ryan. Maybe, okay, we're going to roll with that here too. Yeah, I was a little bummed I didn't have a chance to prep the critters. Because we've got cows, we got goats, we got chickens, we got all that stuff. Let me do a little something here just because this is going to end up on my hand, which will then end up on all of our other stuff. So yeah, just don't mind me while I do a little bit of house cleaning right there. At least this one doesn't have any holes in it, so I'm not getting stuff coming out that way. So everybody check out that, must be a Discord link. Yeah, it's a Discord link for St. Jude right there. Everybody knows that St. Jude does some super good stuff for folks. So thanks for doing that charity thing, Tavern Keeper. Get a little more of this down in here. And again, we can play spin the Hobbit hole there. How you doing there, Sector X? And Sarge, thanks Sarge, appreciate that. So Sector X, happy Thursday, same thing there, Sarge. Appreciate you being here. So Sector, well, I'm glad that your printing stuff has worked out pretty well too. You've had yourself some decent success with that, so that's great. Always great news. So Sarge, I hope that things have been relatively, not never going to be easy, but hopefully a little bit less difficult. You've had a chance to kind of chill out a little bit from all the travel. And I know that it was very fun and worthwhile doing that, but sometimes you need a little chance to recover from that too. That's fantastic there, Sector X. I just, obviously I have not done anything with getting a new bamboo printer. Again, if I could, we have to sell a bunch of stuff first, I think, and then two, is it really best to just get another Carbon X1, just to kind of know what the what kind of weird pitfalls there are? That's because that's where I'm thinking. That's just is more and more thinking. You know what? I kind of want to know the weird things that can happen with a printer. Oh, that's fantastic there, Tavern Keeper. So everybody please check out the Insta link there. Or is it Insta? Oh, it's just a direct. Okay. Usually when I see a shorter link, I think Instagram. When I see a longer one, I think Discord. Well, Grand Oracle. I was gonna say, Grand, that's your second one. No, it's not. And of course, Grand Oracle, like you heard here, guard that build plate with your life, and that stupid little scanning thing there, that stupid QR code. So Sarge, you want to share your tiger in the chat? Anything like that, please go ahead. And of course, again, thanks for being here. Hopefully you had yourself some yummy chow already. Either that, or maybe you're at the Burger King or Mickey D's or something like that, getting something to take home. So hope that shows up for you soon, Grand Oracle. I guess it's still possible that, there's lots of weird stuff going on with shipping that's going to create a little bit of havoc there. Oh, geez, ouch, Grand Oracle. Well, Sector X, that's where that plastic, or sorry, that spool melting device there, where it melts it and it actually re-spools it for you. I was looking at one of those. I think it was 5K or something like that. I think, yeah, it was 5K for the thing that will melt it all down and actually re-spool it for you. I think that's what it was. Here, I'm just going to. I need that to happen quicker. So, and here, I just don't want that sitting out there because that's just going to keep getting on my hand. So we're doing. It's almost a little bit like a pre-glaze there, sorta, kinda. Hey there, Doji. Nice to see ya. Happy Friday there, Doji. So Grand Oracle, sorry about that disaster. That's woof. That is definitely a no bueno situation. Sorry about that. You know what? Maybe no. I won't zoom in just yet. So yeah, Doji, this is Shire Town piece number 4. I think I'll try to maybe do at least one of the set of crops as well from Conquest Creations. And of course, Doji, if you want to share anything in the chat, I know you got the link to your Insta with all your oil painted stuff. If you want to share that, please go ahead. Oh, jeez, of course, that is, geez, Grandora, that's how that always goes. Uh, I haven't actually, ooh, no, I was going to say I just got some filament coming too. No, I think it's actually some resin because that was even cheaper. Now, right now, oh yeah, that's right, the Elegoo Black Matte PLA is 42 bucks again. I have to say, now that I've tried because I had a couple of the bamboo rolls, the complete rolls, not the stupid refill things. I pretty much prefer the Elegoo Black Matte PLA. Yeah, there was weird stuff that happened with the bamboo stuff, so I don't think I'll be getting that anymore. Well, especially price wise, you can't beat $10.50 a roll or spool. So Doji, was that 8 new colors that you got? I think it was 8. I don't think it was 9. I think it was either 7 or 8 that you got. Um, oh, geez, you just reminded me, Doji. I still have to get I still got to get that Gamlin Payne's Gray so that we can do that test. Ay, 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 ay. I keep forgetting that. Doji, it was wild seeing them in their plastic containers because I wasn't sure if that was just a Dick Blick thing or if that was a Williamsburg thing. You know, the little plastic boxes. I thought that was only a Dick Blick thing, but then I realized, thinking back, only the Williamsburg ever arrive in those. So Doji, would you say the Series 7 counts as 3.5 or 3.25? And the Series 6 counts as 2.5? So yeah, I gotta get a hold of the Gamblin Payne's Gray so that we can compare that to the Winsor Newton and of course the the Williamsburg Payne's Gray, which we know was really nifty. So Doji and Grand Oracle can confirm that is pretty much that's a Williamsburg thing. Now I did the ultramarine that I've got out on the palette here. I actually was using that on again our episode 3. Here's our Lizard Man series. So again, this video is, well, not this video. This one's already been up there, but the video with the new raptors and skinks and all that stuff that is on that is right now rendering. And we will try to get that uploaded tonight. Well, I guess you could say tomorrow, but after the stream, we'll try to get that loaded up. And also, too, I will be posting that link that Ryan's been working so hard for. So that basically a kind of a search engine for all the Patreon vids, and then also you can get into the regular YouTube vids and a bunch of other content. Because to help Ryan, I obviously have not had any chance to fool around with Squarespace. Now, Doji, the Pearline Crimson is the Series 6, so the Pure Orange, that was the Series 7, right, Doji? Now, what I couldn't quite tell, of course, there it is. I couldn't quite tell how it matched up, because you can see here that obviously there is translucency there, but what's weird is that it paints like an opaque. I'll be curious to see, Doji, what you say about the Williamsburg Pure Orange. I mean, it is fantastic stuff. I do think that you're going to really like it. I'm pretty sure Series 5, I think that's what Pure Orange was in Richardson. Yeah, so Series 5 Richardson. It's fine. Grab a little bit of the Mars Yellow Deep. I'm still waiting for this to set a little bit more so that we can get in there and start doing some much lighter stuff. Doji, it'll probably be kind of like, well, like ultramarine blue, which in all the other colors, well, I don't know. Actually, I don't even have Gamblin ultramarine blue either. But the Williamsburg ultramarine blue is very flat and matte compared to the Winsor Newton version. That's for sure. So okay, just for now, trying to find some lighter light on these stones over here. Oh, so that is a gate. Okay. Looking like, okay, there's this pathway here. How are you supposed to get to it from outside the fence? Yeah, here, let's get a little bit more of our light on these. And here. Now, something here on our trough. I will actually put some water effect stuff in here for sure. Probably even the quenching pool on our blacksmith's house too. Okay. Now in here. Pearline red. Some of okay, that was a little more of that than I was really looking for. That is going to be nice and dark. Well, we'll use it out here. I'll use it out here. There. Now, Doji, I forget if there was some fiery object source lighting stuff that you were thinking of maybe doing with the Pure Orange. Actually, Doji, let's see, what was the other one? Cadmium Yellow Deep. I'll be curious, Doji, to see how the Cadmium Yellow Deep and the Pure Orange are side by side, because that's kind of an interesting. Not that they would be potentially the same color, but they would have some similarities. So yeah, I'd be curious to hear about that. This has more of the red in it now. They start to march up closer to where the fire is. No, that shouldn't go there. Now I think I can zoom in one here. Yep. So, needless to say that that Smaug from Navarrete Studios, uh, it took a little something to get those wings together and get all of those gaps filled, and then the monstrous gaps basically resculpted where things didn't even print. I do think that if I was to print that again, I think I would be able to do better with just my own supports. We'll see you later there, Ryan. Well, again, I'll shoot you a message tomorrow, Ryan, and obviously we'll post that link to the Patreon page, and we'll see how that works for folks. Hopefully, people don't get too confused about that either, because people will probably find a way. Okay. Back to the stuff that's got a little bit more of the red, not so much of the black. Alright, now we gotta go to the darker stuff over here. So you can see establishing that all of a sudden everything else looks like a glow. It didn't before. Hey there, Blades. Everybody please give Blades 81 a follow. Great to see you there, Blades. So Blades, yeah, that was a very yummy chicken. You know what? Let me... This is a cuisine channel. Oh, of course we're painting Hobbit holes, right? So let me see if I can't find that here. Where's my... Okay, we'll just have to do that. We'll do this. And then we're going to find... There it is. Yeah, so it was slow cooker time. There's your chicken. There's your carrots, mushrooms, onions. Then there's your taters. Taters precious. There's the stuffing. And there's that's what we're gonna be eating every day now till, well, probably Monday or so. Oh, and yeah, that's cranberry sauce on there too. Yep. So yeah, thanks again, Blades, for being here. Appreciate that. I get this is a cuisine channel. Let's see, I did in the air fryer. That's where I did the carnita, the pork carnitas. But that was all slow cooker. And of course, we throw the chicken broth in there so that it makes a whole bunch of liquid, infused with all the flavors. And then we take out all the, the chicken, taters, carrots, all that stuff. That all comes out. And then we take the dried stuffing mix and we chuck that in there. And now we got ourselves some stuffing. I haven't tried the new 7-Up yet, Blades. Actually, Blades, I never got to the store today. But I actually have to, I think they still have one or two of those at the store. So remind me, Blades, that I got to run over there and just grab those while they're there. Because they won't be. It's definitely like a special 7-Up Christmas thing. Pomegranate, whatever. They've had that before. I think that the label definitely looks different this time around than it was years ago. Last time I saw them have it. Now, thanks, Blades. Appreciate that. Yeah, the brain is not it's not working. I would say it's working at about 2% capacity right now. Maybe that might be a generous overestimation right there. I'm gonna try to get a little more of the dark down in here. And of course, Blades, if you want to share the stuff that you've been doing, that's been looking really fun, really nifty on the Instas there. You want to share that, please go ahead. Oh, geez, Blades. Wow. You know what I almost forgot to ask? Speaking of the brain not working, is there a whatchamacallit this Sunday with Monster Den? Council of Miniature Painters? Yeah, that would be this Sunday, wouldn't it? Because it wouldn't be Thanksgiving, or would it be the Sunday of Thanksgiving? So yeah, Blades. Those were looking really fun. So definitely post those in the chat. I guess it would be what, November 30th? It'd be like literally the last day of November. And of course, my brain is such that I can't remember. Is it actually the last Sunday? Ah, okay. That's thanks Blades. So I think Blades that I'll be able to join in on that one. Unlike the last one where I wasn't here. Because well, I know there's the new I forget what the new thing that they did to try and prevent the craziness of the other time, but hopefully if I can let him know early enough, then that'll be all right. Now, I'm glad that you got just that light box that you can use. Those are, I mean, even the really small ones are still helpful. That's for sure. Trying to get some more of my dark here on this, on the fireplace over here. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Blades just shared. Please give Blades81 a follow. So yeah, Blades, you'll have to let me know if there's any kind of difference, right? If I don't just, I can't just join on Discord or whatever. If there's a process or something like that. Now let's get the blackest black on here. Well, it's not the blackest black. It's the not blackest black. Ah, well, I'm starting to wonder. Well, when does anything not have the pet here on it, right? Because it's almost, again, like legally obligated to have the pet here on it. It has to. If a pet goes somewhere, the pet here must go everywhere. Is that a new Book of Wapples saying? Yes, if the pet here goes somewhere, it must go everywhere. Oh, hey, Blades. Holy smokes. Did I send you some of those screen captures? Jeez. I don't think I did this after the last stream. So, I am making the first test stickers of the Wapelius Spellbrush Juggling Chainsaws. And also the very first Flaming Chainsaw keychains. I just did like a small batch. I think it's just 10 of them because I didn't know how they were going to work. I thought, let's just do some of these. Right, let's do some now. Let's see how they work. If they work great, we'll make more. If they need adjustments, we'll make the adjustments, then make another small batch. Hey there, Michael. And now the other thing I want to try and do is make die-cut stickers of the our Lord of the Rings gummy bears. Because I figured we can just kind of cut around the edges. I haven't made any die cut stickers at all, and I thought those might just be the ones to try that on. I have to say that is not quite the thing that I thought I would be doing that with, but there you go. You never know how things are going to turn out. So I'm glad that sounds good, Blades. I think November 20th is when they're supposed to show up. I think sometimes they do arrive early. But yeah, that's the date when those are supposed to arrive, November 20th. So as soon as I see them, Blades, you'll see them. Same thing there, Armored Wolf. I'll send them your way, and Grand Oracle. And everybody else, send you all the pictures. Let me get some more of the water here. Again, I just need to do this because I need to see the differences in these values. It's confusing that my lightest color here on the green is darker than this, so that really helps me see just how light that actually is, because next to, well, practically white, everything seems dark. That's why I never use the white primer. This is not actually white primer. This is not actually primer at all. This is the Liquitex acrylic spray paint. So I think that could be super, super fun, Blades. Seeing all that stuff together, and I'm very excited about the flaming chainsaw keychains. I mean, it's just so appropriate, right? It's a keychain, yet it's a flying chainsaw. Blades, I've done a couple of the. Do I have one of the? Oh well, I mean, we've done multiple paintings of Mordor. Actually, Blades, for the War of the Ring board game, there's 3D printable terrain for it, basically. And of course, I would really love to have like Mount Doom. So I will be doing that. I have to get those pieces and then print them out. And now, of course, I'm going to have to find them again because the computer that had all of those tabs open. Remember when we were talking about the tabs? I think Kate would really, she'd still be with me on this. I have all those tabs open because if they get closed, I'll just forget. And saving them as a favorite something won't matter because, again, they'll just be out of sight, out of mind. Having the tab there, every so often I'll look and I go, what in the world is that? And I'll say, holy smokes, I was supposed to get that file, or I was supposed to look at that, or whatever. More of the more of the lighter brown here. So, Michael, if you wanted to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow while you're at it. Sorry about that. Let me get a cough drop here. There's all of a sudden weird things going on with the voice. Let me just do this real quick here. Thanks for being here, Doji. As always, appreciate that. And well, we'll see you tomorrow. Your Saturday. But it's not quite a glorious college football Saturday here. Soon. It's interesting that Tulane is rated number 25 and Navy is unranked. Hopefully Navy can still win that game. Ironically enough, it's the Green Wave versus Navy. Of all things, that's quite the mascot rivalry there. Well, you have a goat, so the mascot rivalry won't be super interesting to see. But yes, the Green Wave versus the Midshipmen. Yeah, Blades. Even with the tabs there, I'll still forget, like that fudge, the blueberry cheesecake fudge. The only reason I saw that is that I was closing down some tabs, and I went, "What is this?" And it turned out to be the Fudge Factory thing, and I went, "Holy smokes! Forgot all about this." Tavern Keeper. Well, what's one of the last unbeaten team? Now, of course, I didn't think that BYU was still unbeaten. I thought they lost to Utah again because only out of the corner of my eye I saw that play, and I'm like, okay, that's the end of the game, not realizing there was a flag on the play. Yeah, Blades, what's interesting, you can't, well, you can get the sampler. Now, of course, that's almost $90, but you're getting about 3 or 5, you're maybe getting 4 pounds of that fudge. No, maybe even 5 pounds of that fudge, and it's all the different flavors. Of course, the Mayor's Number 2 is a very intriguing flavor. It's basically a chocolate fudge with some nuts in it, but also candy corn. So you can kind of work that out for yourself what the Mayor's Number 2 is and why it's got some candy corns in there. Now we're going to get this lighter stuff here on the fence. Over here. Actually, Tavern Keeper, have you ever had a chance to do the game? I wasn't sure if you've actually been to the Army-Navy game. And of course, Tavern Keepers, what do you always want to do? You always want to sing second, right? You always want to sing second. Blades, you know what? Oh, I didn't have any of that this Halloween. I did not have any of that. Usually that's something I end up having, but yeah, now that you mention it, I haven't had that. So Tavern Keeper, in some way, shape, or form, I have watched that game every year since I was, I don't know, 5. I mean, to me, that is several octaves higher than, say, something like a Super Bowl. Well, even the college national championship is several octaves higher than a Super Bowl for me. But yeah, Army-Navy, that is the ultimate game right there. Yeah, Blades, all of a sudden now, for whatever reason, got a hankering for it. Yeah, Velfera, it wasn't quite the same thing. Now, at some point when I'm a little more familiar with stuff, I'll give that a try. It's a little bit too complicated right now, so we'll give it a try once I've had a chance to do some more things like with the mixer and stuff. Now, Velfera, I showed all the pictures of the chow while you were gone, and Velfera, I think I sent you some of the pictures of the new stickers that we're making, and also too the keychains. So yes, the flaming chainsaw keychains are being made. Actually, Velfera, I sent that recipe to Kathy's sister. She's the one who's a chef. And boy, we were talking for at least a good 40, 45 minutes or so about different recipes and different ways to attack that, and also different things to do with the cranberry sauce. So yeah, Velfera, I'm going to try. Again, this is a cuisine channel. Be ready. So the next batch of cranberry sauce, we are going to be mixing cinnamon and orange into it. And then another recipe, I want to try nutmeg. So Velfera, I mean, at the screen caps really didn't show too much with the stickers. But you know, the wizard, the flaming chainsaw wizard that Recoil was able to do with the AI. Well, I made a holographic sticker and then a regular sticker out of them. Again, I just got a small amount coming of those because I want to see what they look like first. I only have 10 of the keychains coming with the flaming chainsaws because, again, I want to see how those look. If we need to change them around, make them bigger, whatever. So I'm really excited to see that. Not showing up for, well, now it's only 6 days away. I keep thinking that, it's only like the first week in November. Well, no, not so much. Oh, and by the way, we're painting our fence and all the woodwork here now. So we're making some progress on that too. Thanks to Armored Wolf for posting the link to the Patreon page. We have the next video that is rendering here. So tomorrow, so this was episode 2, right? This was the color test figure. We have episode 3 coming up, and that is where I'm basically putting a whole bunch of color on, I'd say 10 or 11 of those skink riders. Eventually, you might be seeing a couple of them on stream here, because I did a bunch for the basing episode because I wanted to try all kinds of different bases. Get a little bit more of my light here on these things. We'll come back with some dark on these fence posts as well. Again, that's where the critters are going in there. Let me see if I can get some more of my not green color out here. Velfair, I could swear that's kind of like another version of the stuff that they've done, but like a pomegranate type stuff for Christmas. Not sure. You know what? Let me get some more of my Mars Yellow Deep out here. Where'd that go? There you are. Mars Yellow Deep time. Alright. Might even infuse a little bit of the ice blue in there. Let's have this on our roof there. Velfair, is that in those black cans? Because I think there's a couple of wild Mountain Dew flavors like that. And I think they come in like a black can. Obviously, our store, well, one of the downsides is they're just not going to have that. I think because I was at someone's house and they had some of those kind of unusual flavors of Mountain Dew, and I really like those. Yeah, those were really, really tasty. I don't know if that was one of them. Again, I know I've had I think there was like a watermelon one, and that might have been the other one. Again, cuisine channel. That's what this is. It's a cuisine channel. I get some Van Dyke Brown. And some of these areas here. Like you do. Another batch here. And then we'll just let that set for a while. Okay. Now the last time I had those kind of alternate Mountain Dews was, well, I think it was the summer. So yeah, I think it's been months since I last had those. So those might have, again, maybe they were just a special summer thing, something like that, and they're not around anymore. That's possible. Oh yeah, so the melon, I remember. I don't know if I've had the apple one. I know I had the apple. So I might have had the apple one and maybe the raspberry one. So hopefully we're making everybody very hungry in the chat. Gonna get some of this darker stuff on these nails here. Those are some giant nails for hobbits. There. And as we let this set, we're gonna get back in there with our lighter stuff. We haven't gotten anywhere near our lightest stuff there inside the hearth slash fireplace. We got a long ways we can go there. Let me get, yeah, a little bit more of a red there. And we need to separate these a little too. Maybe we'll even make the fence up here a little darker. Oh, and by the way, an hour, 12 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. Just throwing it out there. Where's my... Ah, this is the one I'm looking for. So I think those we can shoot out of our way for a bit here. Might have to get some more of my Terra Rosa out there. Gotta do something with the window on the door here. It should be interesting, Velfira. Oh boy, I wonder. Let me see if I can find one of our other ones here to do a little side-by-side comparison for some film noir. Let's set up like this. Huh. It's kind of wild, Velfira. So the fireplace area looks dark because we don't have our light highlights on there. Look at that. It looks so flat, so great. And the walkway actually looks like that's got the source lighting. Until we do this, and all of look at the how your eye is just drawn to that, right? Yeah, it is just absolutely drawn to it, Bo, because of the warmth, the saturation. So Velford, thank you so much, and of course we'll see you tomorrow. Appreciate you being here. Well, let's see. Yeah, Ohio State, I don't think they're going to have any problem. Well, the Clemson-Pittsburgh game, that could be interesting. Actually, the Utah-Colorado game is, there's a wee bit of importance attached to that. So there's, I mean, aside from the obvious Georgia-Tennessee, when the heck is that game anyway? So it is the night game. Okay. Actually, that Washington State, New Mexico, that's also another late game there. So see you later, Valfira. I'll try to get you the screen cap of at least of the flaming chainsaw keychain. It doesn't really show too much but at least you kind of get a hint as to what it looks like. Now I'm going to try and get my lightest fireplace stuff down in here. Well, this is almost the lightest. It's not quite the lightest. Well, that didn't go out there. Oh, look, we just wiped it away. Now we're going to get some of that out here. Back to that pure orange. There. I'm in the Oregon, Wisconsin. Well, unfortunately, there could be quite a few. I'm not feeling a whole bunch of the mega upsets for this week. For whatever reason, my spidey sense does not tell me that there will be lots of mega upsets. I'm hoping to be wrong. Right? We want massive upsets. We want chaos everywhere. Get a little bit of the pure orange into this. And here we're going to try and again do those some of the lighter kind of highlight things on the edges of some of these stones here, some of these flag stones. Now the one thing that, oh gosh, was it was on the workbench episode that I was experimenting with was using that flex paste, using the modeling paste to get rid of texture like what you see here on all of these stones, and that seemed to work reasonably well. I haven't actually had a chance to paint those since I used that or did that test. So these were printed on an FDM style printer, a Bamboo Carbon X1. Miniature Land, that's the sculptor that created these. There are 6 different buildings, regular size buildings, and then there is the massive Hobbit Tavern, 2 stories worth. Yes, indeed. We're going to be working on this area too, so this has more time to set. I just want to get some of this down in here again, closest especially to the fireplace itself. More of that over here. This wall is going to catch a little bit more of it over here because it's much closer than some of the other walls. And start backing up more towards the orange here. About 4 some of these highlights on the wall here. We'll let that do some mixing with what's already on this window frame. Essentially do a little bit of a orangey dry brush over this. Some of that maybe on the wall here. Actually, maybe it's not as much on the door as I was thinking. Yeah, maybe it only just catches kind of the side of it here. As I'm looking at this, the way that light's coming, yeah, it might only just get that one side of the door. Get some of the orange off of that brush. Try this again. Some of the rocks down here, gonna get some of the orange. A little more on that wall here. It's again, it's pretty much lined up with where that fireplace will be shooting the light out here. No, better get some thinner on that. And we're going to try and catch a couple more of these edges here. What are we doing right here? A little more on you. So these are the lighter edges. As we get further and further away, even those lighter edges get a bit darker. Lighten up the corner or the edge of this one, this one, this one. And let's get some lighter orange on our wall here. Definitely good. Definitely have to do a video with that pure orange now. And the downside about, I mean, is, what is it? I know I keep using the you get what you pay for, but it has the reason why it's such a very usable color. That's why it's so expensive. Because boy, it can do some nifty stuff. It has some pretty great properties. That does explain why it has a hefty price tag to it. Not every single color reveals that kind of value. Yeah, let's get. Whoops. Okay, this might be a little lighter than I wanted. A couple of more edges here. I guess I should get some thinner on that as well. So that edge, side of this little pole right there. This seems extremely light. It's really not all that light. It's just because we were really effective at achieving all the dark in there. Of course, that was pretty much the first thing we did was we started hitting this with those darker glazes. Let me, oh, that's right. I never got a chance to finish this off because we were doing our film noir there. And try to get a little more of the lighter down here on our window frame, if we can. No, I'll just use the white. Let's get some of the fast matte white into this. And that's going to do it, that's for sure. Hey there, Landrast. Well, I hope the printing is going okay. The massive, massive, massive project there. And, well, I hope that the movie was okay. I'm guessing that you just got back from the movie. Me try to get some of that up here. Not easy. Not very easy. Ah, that's fantastic. So glad that you like that, Landrast. Because yeah, not every movie quite works out. You know, I'm gonna try to lighten up that doorway a little bit more to match that. Yeah, Landress, you should have heard Grant Oracle had a little bit of a not fun thing happen with the print where the first layer did not adhere. And it's always interesting about bamboo is sometimes they'll detect a spaghetti error like immediately and send you all kinds of warnings, but other times they'll just merrily keep going. Doesn't matter if there's a huge spaghetti disaster happening. That is definitely for sure Landress, no doubt about it. Trying to get a bit more of the light here on these beams here. And the fence. Actually, Grand Oracle, I had a weird thing going on where, oh gosh, how do I even describe this? This is why I do not like the bamboo spools. Well, first of all, I was trying to put the new spool on there, and of course, it did that thing where it popped on me again. I almost lost the entire spool before I ever even got a chance to put it on the machine. So, that was super fun in a not fun way. Then it was getting toward the end of that spool, and it kind of jammed up prematurely, and it was just like halfway through layer 2, and I just happened to be there and saw that. So I and it was right at the end of the spool, so I changed the spool and I was watching it, and it got a little bit dicey, but because I used the ovoid or whatever that's called, whatever the oval system is of infill, it managed to survive, and I actually was able to get the print out of it. However, I've had a bunch of prints that are just splitting. So yeah, I am just not a fan of the bamboo filament at all. Oh, gyra, that's what it is. And of course, the other thing that this crazy thing that the slicer does is it randomly just goes back to, what would you say, the regular settings for no reason. It's like, I never use the standard settings. Why is it going back to those? Okay, not new. Wait a minute. Let's get some light here. Also, trying to make some texture out of this. And the other thing that happened, Grand Ori, it was just a type of terrain that I was printing out. You had a very flat piece, and then all of a sudden you had these tall walls coming off of it. And when I went to pop it off of the build plate, the walls came off of the print, and I was left with the ground or whatever the flat piece was still stuck to the stuck to the build plate. So yeah, that wasn't super ideal, that's for sure. So yeah, there was it does I think it does maybe 3 layers or so. You know, say going this way, and then it starts going that way in a wave after I think about 3 layers or so. Thanks so much, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Instagrams. So yeah, it's just because I went back to the the Elegoo PLA, and none of that stuff was going on. So yeah, it's just not a fan of the bamboo filament. Thank goodness Hank told me about that the Elegoo stuff's first of all so much cheaper. Okay, yeah, we'll roll with that. Let me get some lighter stuff on the, nails, such as they are here. Hopefully that's not too much thinner, though. It's mighty close. Thicken that up a little bit, because remember, it'll just travel right along all those layer lines. And that won't be great. Where are we at here? Yeah, we're at this. This is our gate right here. Yeah, the old flat black Elegoo PLA. I love that stuff. Still probably do some more lighter stuff there on those rocks. Next thing though, you know, let me do the stuff on the windows here before I start sticking my hand on this again. I think there's just these 2 windows, right? Yep, that's it. Just those 2 windows. Where's my... I'm going to roll with the... I've been liking the Corbet green for some of this. Get a little bit of the... more of that Mars yellow deep. This is all going to be covered up by flock and foliage anyway, so don't have to go too crazy with it. If anything, I want to maintain at least some of the darker tone on the grass out here. And try and start filling in some of those layer lines over there. So what are we at, an hour and a half? Yeah, around about an hour and a half here. Fill that in a little bit more. All right. Grind that in there. Get a little bit of that out here. The brown, some of our white, and that's the reclaimed earth core. That's the brown ochre. Yeah, Grand Oracle, I have not done any 0.2. Everything's been the 0.4 so far. Just did a little bit of something here. We'll be throwing. Is this hitting here? No, not that. I'll certainly be throwing some of this here. So that's going to go on there, and here we'll open this up so you can get a chance to see what that's like here. I mean, you can see there's literally what looks like dirt chunks in there. So that's going to go on the floor of that thing. More of the white in there. Yeah, I'm not going to go with the yellow because that's going to get too close to our wooden pillars and fences and such. Okay, now let me see if I can go a little bit lighter here. On these, because a little bit of chance to set now. All right. Oh, that makes a big difference. So I'm going to try and mask some of the layer lineage that we're seeing here. Moving that brush around. That works. Let's get this going further towards the gate. Another stone over here. We will leave no stone unturned. So it definitely looks like Doji has enhanced his stable of colors, so to speak. Yeah, we're gonna try dropping down some puns. Because that's what you do. Is that another? No, I'm going to say that stops right there. Just thinking there was another flagstone. You know what? I think maybe we'll just extend that out to here. You know what? I'm going to say there's another one there. Even though there might not be, I'm just going to say that there is. back to that brown. And this might be a little bit more on the glazy side too. Let that work its way down in between some of those stones. Not everywhere in those, but yeah, I think we got a couple of them over here. I think that's got to be one. And one over there, and another one there. Ah, we didn't get these. Landrest, this Saturday wouldn't happen to be another RPG, would it? I know that's every other week, I think. Yeah, I apologize if I've forgotten the schedule on that. The brain is not working quite the way we wish it would. Come on, there. Oh, nope, one more there. Nail there. Now let's get some of the later stuff on the wall, but that also needs to have a little of our Mars Hill. Well, maybe not that much. It's a little more than I think I was looking for. Ah, well, that's good, because I think you were sort of getting them into that, for sure. Well, at least I was right about it potentially being, well, supposed to be anyway, an RPG kind of weekend. Oh, by the way, as late as this is not the latest late. We could go later than this. Look at some of the cracks in the wall, just like we were doing with the other three. Yeah, all the other three pieces we did little cracks in the walls. And the stucco. Not going quite so late there. Where the heck is that? Oh, it's over here. Because, well, that. Ooh, speaking of which, let me hit this super quick here. Do I have the... I think that might work. Make that later. Get a little bit of our brown in that. A little bit more of the Mars yellow deep. And we'll get something lighter here on this roof here. Just want to zoom out a little bit while I'm doing this. Mars yellow deep. Some of the white. That's starting to get a little lighter. Now we'll come back with our Van Dyke brown slash brown ochre. Like what we did down here. Because at a certain point, I've kind of gone as light as I can go. That's cool, Landrast. I guess now, Landrast, the question, I guess, same question people ask me all the time is, okay, when that is printed, where Where's that going to live, and is that going to become storage itself? Are you going to be storing miniatures inside that gigantic, not really a terrain piece, it's a terrain set. Doesn't quite break down the way the, was it, I keep getting it mixed up now with Battlecraft supplies, but I can't remember what that terrain is called. Battle system. There we go. I know it was battle something. Couldn't remember. Oh, by the way, this is a Battlecraft supplies holder. That's the only reason we're able to paint any of this terrain here on stream is because of those holders. These just would have been impossible. No way I would have been able to do this. Okay, I keep confusing that with a piece. And I wonder why he didn't. Well, it almost okay. It's almost there, but not quite where this ends, like where these things are. So thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Battlecraft supply paint handles. Appreciate that. All different kinds of sizes. And different types of attachments, so you can use them in a bunch of different ways. Again, kind of like what we're doing it here. I was wondering, Lance, that's what I mean, I was only half joking when I talked about it, because I'm thinking, wait a minute, I think there's, I think for sure there's got to be something that you can store inside there. If not a lot of somethings. Let me use this here to try and make some of these bits even lighter. No, not too much thinner. I almost was putting too much thinner on there again. There we go. So we sort of put down the kind of the mid-range. We put down the dark. Now we're getting down to the lighter stuff here. That's going to go here. And even this, we could technically go a little bit lighter than this. So I think just Wapelius, Grand Oracle. Yeah, I think that's, it usually ends up being that. So as Grand Oracle reminded me, since the brain, again, does not function here, if you use the special code Wapelius, you'll get money. Obviously, you're going to save some money. Also, too, you'll get, I think, some little extra goodies in the box as well. So be sure, as Grand Oracle again was kind enough to remind me, use that discount code. I don't remember how much it is. Maybe it's 10% or something that you save, but every percent is a good percent. Yeah, that's okay. That's working out pretty well. Yes, and of course, Point Grand Oracle, they really have been super helpful, I have to say. I mean, like this, right? I can actually hang on to this thing. There's no way I could paint this otherwise. Now, I did have to hot glue the piece of terrain to it, but I've been doing that with all of the terrain pieces, even the ships that we painted. Yeah, all the, those were just literally hot glued to the holder. Doesn't melt the holder, doesn't melt the terrain piece. Everything is fine. Okay, I'm gonna get my dark back in there. That was a little weird. Yeah, definitely. Now, of course, the miniature, when we're doing regular miniatures, sometimes we actually get to have our finger on that paint holder, or the miniature holder, instead of the figure itself like we used to have to do. So it just saves a whole bunch of extra hassle. Couple more of these lighter things here. Okay. Now we gotta keep working our way down the side of this. Alright, I'm gonna just get rid of, I don't really need my reference anymore here. I'm just gonna get that closed down. So Nurgle Matthew, I hope that, I know you've been here pretty much since the start there. Hopefully you've been having some more success with the oil paints. We'll gotta make sure we don't get that too thin down, because that's one to act like a pin line wash right there. That's another one of those things, wouldn't you say, Grand Oracle, that it's an acquired skill that after a while you handle the oil paints for a while, you start to know just, okay, I can get away with this much thinner. Oh, that's going to be too much. I mean, especially now that we've painted so many pieces of terrain with the oil paints. Oh, things just it doesn't. You don't need Halloween for things to get creepy. You don't need Halloween for things to get real creepy here. That is Darling Creepshow. Everybody, please give Darling Creepshow a follow. So Creepshow, guess what? We got more Hobbit holes. Look at this. More holes for the Hobbitses. Hey there, Torbenfeld. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining with the raid. This is not the first Hobbit hole. This is actually the fourth Hobbit hole that we have painted. Yes, fabulous Hobbit hole with, oh, look at that, interior. Yes, Hobbit holes with full interiors. That was the first one I think we painted, and maybe this was the second one here. Look at this. Look at that. We even have, look at that. It's Bilbo Bananigans. Bilbo Bananigans right there saying, get off my lawn. We also did a, here's the, that is the blacksmith's forge. Again, take off the roof. Snazzy interior. Everybody please give Darling Creepshow a follow. Of course, Darling Creepshow, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Now, of course, we have lots of hobbitses to go along with this. Yeah. Don't mess with Bilbo Stabbins and his pumpkins. Don't mess with those. Bad idea. Now, thanks, Torben. Phil, appreciate that. And, of course, we did that in here as well, because we got a little fireplace going in there. Let me see. 1 hour 53 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. None, nada, zilch. Of course, well, we do lots of things with source lighting on them. Here's another example. And all this stuff painted with the oils. All painted with oils. Traditional oil paints right out of the tube. And, well, sometimes it's a bit more of a sci-fi kind of a thing. Here's another. Yeah, we love doing glow. This is the object source lighting channel, after all. I'm going to zoom in for you here. There we go. Hey, Denethor, how you doing? Where's say, I kind of like, ooh, this is going to catch fire real easy. Not that I'm into fire or anything like that. I mean, it's not like I would set myself on fire and run about 2 miles and then jump. So nice to see you there, Denethor. And Denethor, you want to share any, some of your sculpting stuff in the chat? Don't be shy about doing that. Please go ahead and share some of that fabulous sculpting. I wish I had some of my 1/700. Oh, wait a minute. I do have my 1/1800 scale ships. Where is that? That one is right over. Boy, those I got a lot of weight in that thing because that really is balanced out pretty well. Let me see if I can grab these here. Okay, there they are. Because yes, we started painting our Japanese navy. So there's Akagi, Nagato, and then two versions of Issei. So yeah, those are 1/1800 scale ships that we've been painting on stream. Those are super fun. Thanks, Torben Fell. Appreciate that. On Mondays, we call them Armada Mondays. We don't just paint the little 1/1800 scale ships, though. Sometimes, well, we got big things like this. That's just one Corsair ship. We painted 3 of those, and we even painted a bigger ship, and that is again for our Corsairs of Umbar right there. And there's some more terrain that we've done. There's our Easterling terrain. Now those are all 3D printed like the one we got here. However, we also build our own terrain. So this is terrain that was constructed here on stream. Our fabulous windmill, our archery range, the Great Hall of Erkenbrand. And that all started out like this. And painted with the oils just like this terrain piece that we've got here. So Torben Fell, we actually have Yamato, we have Musashi, and we have Shinano. So yep, this is going to be kind of one of the final ships that we paint for the IJN. Now that's from Coco's Models. He has 2 fleet packs for IJN, 2 fleet packs for the US, 2 fleet packs for the British. He has a fleet pack for the Italians because we're doing the Regia Marina. We've already done, I think, 5 ships for our Italian Navy already. Grand Oracle, I don't know. Is that from the regular Patreon or is that from his other tribes thing? Because I'm not on the tribes. I'm just on the regular Patreon. He's got like more like a ship of the line Grand Oracle. I think it has, does it have 3 gun decks on it? Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Denethor just shared. And of course, again, please give Darling Crepe Show a follow if you could. That would be sensational. Torben Fell, he is... there's only a few ships that you might say he doesn't have. Obviously, he's got Nelson and Rodney. He has a whole underwater navy. He has Royal Oak, Barham, Repulse, Renown, KGV. So yeah, he has a huge... there's also individual ships. So not all the individual ships are in the fleet packs. So say like Shinano, I don't think that's in one of the fleet packs, so that's one I'll just have to get separately. So yeah, Grand Oracle, whatever's I guess the regular fantasy stuff, that I don't have that. Alright, this side over here the spray can didn't quite reach, so we'll just we need to get our lighter stuff over here. Where's my... There it is. I think he also has... Well, he has Ark Royal, Eagle. I'm pretty sure he has Eagle and Glorious. Again, more of the underwater navy. We're also going to be doing the Marina Nationale because we want to have Jean Bart, Richelieu, Surcouf. Alright, let me get... No. Let me... Let's let that set there for a little bit before we take that away. So Mondays, we call that Armada Mondays, and that's generally when we're painting things like our ships, whatever scale they are, whether it's 28 mil or 1/1800th, or we call it Armada Mondays because, well, we've painted a lot of actual Armada stuff. These are just a tiny representation of all the Armada stuff that we've painted. We've painted tons and tons of it. Pretty much, I know I painted some of every fleet, if not all of it, except for the dwarves. Okay, yeah, Grand Oracle. I was gonna say I don't think that's what I'm gonna have. It doesn't matter because I have printable scenery. There's their pack of, I think it's 13 different ships, and one of them is a ship of the line, which of course we'll try and make it look as shall we say HMS Victory as possible. Hey there, Inganes. Great to see you again. So happy Friday there, Inganes. Of course, I hope that you've had a decent week here. Well, maybe a great week. So yeah, Grand Oracle. I've also got some other ships that I was able to secure. And also, too, well, actually, I do have the Printing Goes Ever On. Oh gosh, what is it? The Chinese junk that I want to use for my Easterlings. So you will be seeing a 28 millimeter Printing Goes Ever On. Actually, two of them, because there's that one, plus the Dol Amroth ship, which is the Elven boat. I just call it the Dol Amroth ship because that's what I'm using it for. Again, all of this is oil paint. And this will basically be dry by tomorrow. This time tomorrow night. I mean, maybe it's not 100% totally dry, but I'll easily be able to handle this tomorrow. Now this right here, this is still some of my glazy stuff getting on my hand there. In a little bit, I'm gonna go wash my hands. Oh, we also have, let's not forget. Now these are from Conquest Creations here. So we still have, we got some farm fields we're gonna be doing here. All right, let me just get that off of there. I'm pretty sure that Coco's Models also has your more traditional, ships of the line, wind and sail era. I'm pretty sure that Coco's Models does have that. Eventually, we'll be getting those, and we'll print those up. We'll paint those up on stream. Just going to try and get a little bit of this in there, and then, of course, like we were saying, we're going to do our water effects over the top of that. Oh, geez, I still haven't gotten that AK Interactive Ice effect. Darn it. Still got to do that. Speaking of tabs, I think I have that tab open. Gotta remember to do that, because I think that's going to make for... I've been actually printing things to test that out with. It's hilarious that I don't have, but I do have the treasure piles that are literally printing at this very moment. Actually, those after the stream, that's what I'll have to do, is go run down there and take those treasure piles off of the printer, so that we can do that basing video of Smaug. And it's gonna be the most massive basing video I've ever filmed. Yep, for sure, the largest one I've ever done. Now, I don't think I ever did do the lightest of our highlights here on some of the flagstone. Let's do that now. Okay, that's going to be the ones that are closest here. to the fireplace. And thanks again, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Also, as we speak, the latest video is rendering. We will upload that after the stream, and then, well, later today, because now it is today. It's 12:54 in the morning on the 5th, so again, after the stream, we'll get that uploaded to YouTube's, and we'll get that on the Patreon page. Patreon page, if you do that Army Painter Pledge level, well, get ready to binge, because you're going to get over 2,000 hours worth of tutorial videos. You heard that right. And it covers basically everything: basing, terrain, sci-fi, fantasy, all different game systems, large scale, small scale busts. And a lot of the episodes are kind of intertwined together. So something that we maybe experiment with in a basing video eventually works its way into the army painting videos. And I do lots and lots of experiments. In fact, I want to say about 3 of the last 4 videos have been complete experimental type videos, where I take maybe a new material, something that I either haven't tried before or haven't used in that way. We film a video, and it's live. Obviously, it's filmed, but there's no first take, second take, third take. It's just, it happens. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. And everybody gets to see if it works or not immediately. There is no just, turn the camera off and forget about it. Nope, it's the camera keeps on rolling no matter how things are going. Because you need to see what the experimentation is like. Also, too, what if something maybe goes a little haywire? That way you are better equipped to be able to rewire it. There we go. So again, just doing a little fireplace action here. Making use. Tell you this, Grant Oracle, that it's going to be very fun doing some object source lighting videos with the Puro Orange. Yeah, the only reason I've kind of avoided it is it's not a cheap color for sure. But then, unless you're going to make your own fluorescent orange, that is not cheap either. So, I guess everything is relative. You know what? I think I'm still going to hit some of these little nails with the orange there. Now let's get a little bit further away from just orange. It's actually more like a terracotta right there. So let's see, 2 hours ago, this had no paint on it. It was a paint-free object. Or, as we give it wasn't a blank canvas miniature, it was a blank piece of terrain. It had no paint on it. And now it identifies as a Hobbit hole. Nope, need to go with this side. Man, that pure orange is really intense. I mean, the nearest thing I can compare it to, Grant Oracle, is cadmium scarlet. The ironic thing is it might be more expensive, perhaps, than cadmium scarlet. It just occurred to me, being a Series 5, most likely for Richardson, their cadmium colors are probably Series 5. Now, I've never gotten a Williamsburg cadmium, so I don't know if their cadmiums are Series 5 or 6. That will be the thing with oil paints. Certain colors are going to cost you potentially a bunch more. Most of the ones that we use here tend to be either the lowest price or way, way down on the price scale. There's certain ones that I have that are much more expensive, mostly because of the things that they can do. And for me, a paint that can do certain things very, very well, potentially save time or just a better result, well, that for me, that matters. Regular folks, maybe it doesn't matter. Ooh, that might have been a little too much out there. Oh, look. It's almost like we had an eraser. Let's just use the Van Dyke brown here. Caress the brush, don't crush the brush. Again, look at this, where my hand is. Nowhere near that metal ferrule, only had 2 fingers on it. That's it. Trying to catch a little bit of shadow there. You know, around some of these nails here, gotta get some dark. That one a little wonky up there. We'll get that resolved. Same over here along that side edge. And over here, doesn't make a whole lot of sense to go too crazy with this because the head is all going to be in shadow. We're also going to have some farm animals. We got cows and goats and all kind. Actually, let me see if that's going to... Well, oh, look at that. Look, he fits in there just perfect. Check this out. Yeah, that's going to work really well. So we'll have a couple of cows and maybe some where's the little here's the goat. He kind of disappeared, but here's the chicken. So got the little chicken. We can have the chicken running around out here. We can maybe have a cow. They're drinking some water, or I see where the goat is. Yeah, the goat's going to be able to drink with, so we have a little goat there. And I'm pretty sure those are from the Printing Goes Ever On. Yeah, might go a little bit later with my oranges. I get closer and closer to the fire here. So we got some of our lighter orange again. Look at where I'm holding this brush. It's almost like our fabulous self-painting brush. I'm not actually holding on to it. It's just painting on its own. Yes, we were going to do a Kickstarter campaign for those. Might have a hefty price tag because of the extreme value of a self-painting brush. You just point it at the miniature and it just paints it for you. You don't have to touch it or anything. I'm sure somebody would be willing to pay hundreds of dollars for that. We only charge a few thousand. Let me keep going with my lighter orange right along this bit of wood here, because again, it's closest to the fireplace. Yeah, it's kind of like Fantasia, except it doesn't pour water on you or something like that. Like, wasn't that what happened? With all of the buckets marching around and doing stuff? There we are. All right. So again, getting that firelight showing up on the door here. The edge of this, the edge of that. A little bit difficult to get the brush down into a few spots on this. No, that's too light of an orange. We need this orange, maybe. Okay, here we will grab this. It's not our latest orange. It's pretty light. Looking to get the edges again of these flagstones here. More of our yeah, let's get some of our lighter orange along these lines now. Also a little something over here. We'll use that to just blend some of that away. Now over here, do we want that to be, I don't know, maybe we will just make that our firelight color. Probably just be easier doing that. Lighter orange on this piece of wood right here. Ooh, too late. Let's bring that down a little. A little lighter here now. Ooh, well, no, that's pretty darn close to the fireplace. That's all right. We can go with that one. Gonna march back out here again, and we're gonna fool around with some of this stuff here too. And I think we're gonna try and get some dark in the trough there. That's a whole bunch of light. We need something a little darker in there. Oh, that's what I'm bumping into. Thought I was bumping into the roof, and I'm thinking, but that shouldn't really be in my way. Have I ever gotten the really light green on the... Nope, haven't done that yet. Also, we're going to use that thinner. And see how that fills up those layer lines. It's the other, well, several great aspects of painting the terrain with the oils. One of especially this FDM stuff. All of those layer lines all getting filled up as we do this essentially pinline wash here. Ah, good. We still can lighten that up. So still, where is there? Oh, here it is. I'm going to at least try to do this field right here. I mean, this, again, there's not going to be any rocket science involved with that at all. Nah, I was going to try and play with that green out there. I'm going to go back to my reddish brown here for the door. All of the roofs are all going to be covered with flock and static grass and all that good stuff. Now let me see if I can't make this a little darker over here. Got some of our Van Dyke brown. Something along these edges here to separate the roof. Well, the thatch roof from this. Hey, there's surface tension. We're back in Shire town. Yes, indeed. Well, once again, we figured, we painted those 3 buildings. We need to have another drink from the trough again. And once we have all of our Hobbit holes painted and everything, we'll have quite a nice stable of terrain, won't we? Of course, surface tension, you want to share your Mastodon link there with all your oil painted miniatures in the chat. Please go ahead and do that. Now here, there's no actual line there. We're just kind of reinforcing that, painting that in. It's not actually there. It just needs a little bit of strength and separation, that's all. So everybody, please check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension just shared. Again, some amazing oil-painted miniatures in there. Oh wow, there's actually another set of nails up here. I didn't see these at first. Well, it's an FDM print, so some of the stuff might be a little hard to see. Uh, 2 hours and 22 minutes ago, this had no paint on it whatsoever. So hopefully your Astaliads are going very well there. Surface tension. Oh, you know what? We haven't really put any of the lighter stuff on these rocks over here. Of course, it would be fun to put that special British moss on there, which I'm guessing Wales has lots of that, since there's that weird object in the sky that never appears. And it's that special kind of wet out there in Wales. Let's not go too bonkers with just that, as I like to call it, radiant indigo. Well, that's great surface tension. That's fantastic. So surface tension, we have stickers on the way. They're in production now of the flaming chainsaw wizard. But I also have just a kind of a couple of sample flaming chainsaw keychains on the way. So yes, we're making Grand Oracle's hard work and AI pay off. There we are. Just wonder why this wasn't really having much impact compared to everything else. Yeah, it's that crazy, I forget what they call it, the moss. It spots all over the place. I wasn't sure if that's only just in some parts of England, or if that's just all across Ireland, Scotland, everything. So yeah, surface tension, we are making the, remember that graphic that Recoil was able to create when we were talking about juggling flaming chainsaws? That's what life is like. And Recall didn't tell me he was doing this. Remember in the stream he says, "Hey Jim, you might want to check your Instagram. I sent you something." And that was that graphic of basically a Wapelius spell brush juggling. Oh, look at that! More source lighting. And I've got a holographic version and then kind of a regular version of the sticker that, depending on how the holographic one turns out, we'll do more of those or less. Just adding some Van Dyke Brown over here now. Get on to our little flagstone road. And then also surface tension, we're going to make, I've never done any of these die cut stickers. So die cut stickers of our Sauron and Gumli and Gumdolph, Gumbeard and Legumless and all the other ones that I did too. So yeah, we'll be doing all of those guys in die cut stickers. We'll see how those work out as well. I think they should probably be die cut holographics. I don't know if I can do, I think you can do both. No, I'm going to go a little later. Yeah, let's go a little later with the walls. Then I'll put the cracks on them. Still got the fast mat white work in there. That's good. Time for a wee bit of dry brush. And this is pretty much going to be the lightest color for the walls. Here, not so much, right? That's going to be in shadow. Yeah, no, just leave that be. So now we'll try to get no, let me use this brush. That'd be better. Do a bit of a crack. Get in that stucco there. All the way, there we go. This top one, maybe we'll remove that a little. Yep, they look like a bunch of weird little coins. Flopped out onto all the stones. And some of them I think are white, some of them are brown, I think some of them are even green. They seem to be pretty ubiquitous. Don't think I want to go too much more towards the light here in the interior, because the lighter that gets, the less glowy that's going to look. Everything is relative. You must have dark to show the light. Touch more of our dark over here. Still have not actually put the lightest light into that fireplace. Yeah, surface tension. I wasn't sure if that was something where it's the stone, right? And that's something that happens with the stone, or if that is something that is, it's just that moss, and it just happens to grow there because of all the moisture all the time. No, that's just a floral yellow in the white here. No, geez, that I could see that being a big mess for sure. Wow, yeah, there we go. There's some really, really light stuff there. I was tempted to basically do kind of a fireplace or sculpt a fire in there. Never got a chance to do that. I mean, can always print out more of these and do that. Now, what I might do is I want to get some of the extra paint here off of my hands. So again, then I don't transfer that onto other stuff that I'm handling. Also, probably restock on the medicine. That doesn't surprise me. There's surface tension at all. So surface tension, we're still kind of rocking the pure orange here for all the flamey stuff. That really does work well. It's almost like cadmium scarlet. The weird thing is that it's probably the same price, maybe even more expensive. So again, bear with me here. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back. So also, finishing this thing off, but I also want to get at least that one crop painted. But yeah, I gotta get some of the stuff off my hands here. So don't go anywhere. We shall be right back. We have returned, and I think I'm still gonna try and get me a little more dark down in these, in between some of these stones here. Some of the Perline red, Van Dyke brown, mixing those together here. Yep, that got a little, for whatever reason that didn't quite, oh there we go. Now we have a little more separation between those stones. There. So surface tension right now, we've got tons of treasure piles. Now I think some of them are pretty, I mean, at least some of those treasure piles might fill up this whole room or something. But I was hoping to find some really big ones like that, and then there's some smaller ones. I'm hoping that I guessed right on the size of the coins, although Smaug is so big, any coin is going to look tiny next to him, so I don't think that's a big deal. And remember, I don't just have that one Smaug that I 3D printed. There's all those McFarlane's toys, essentially, oh, what is that, like Bones material Smaug. I mean, I look just like Smaug, because they had the license for all the movie stuff, so I actually have two of those. And I'll do some basing on that, and that'll give me a chance to do more little airbrush exercises on them. I wouldn't be surprised, surface tension, being the sneaky, cheeky hobbit that he was. Yeah, I could see that. You know what? I'm actually going to get me a little bit of shadow there. Do I go? I'm going to see if I can go a little lighter blue here on the no, either that or maybe I go darker. Let me see that. When in doubt, make things darker. And this is the Williamsburg Ultramarine Blue. Again, we're going self-painting brush mode there, where we pretty much get some of that paint off of that brush. So Armor Wolf says that Bilbo, yes indeed, had a whole bunch of treasure that was taken from the Troll Cave. Okay, I'm a little more there. A little bit of our blue down in that shutter. Oh well. I don't think we really need that much of our firelight color there anyhow. But I do want it out there on our window. Now let me push you off to the side here. Let me grab some brushes here. What are we going to do? The green and then the brown. Well, first I'll do it this way. Just get rid of the paint that's on the brush here now. Also get rid of some of the weird little strings of printing stuff that are on here. This already has some green. That's definitely enough treasure to have yourself Well, some birthday parties, some pipe weed. Trying to get rid of some more of those, again, the crazy little strings that happen when you're trying to FDM print stuff like this. Again, this is all done just with the oil paints here, using one of my more beat up filbert brushes. This is another one of the Battlecraft supply containers. These larger ones, what's nice is that you unscrew this, you can have a different rig on there, which is what we have here. You can see that's a different rig there. Then also you unscrew the bottom here, and in here I've got pennies and sand and some nice extra weight there. Yeah, surface tension. Remember the pumpkins that we did for Bilbo Stabbins? Those turned out pretty well. Again, these are from Conquest Creations here, and I think maybe after this Hobbit hole, I mean, yes, I'm going to be doing the other ones, but I was going to film a video where we try to get all of the flock foliage, dirt, all kinds of fun textures and colors on these things to kind of finish them off. Because yes, the painting is neat, but there's more to go. And I think this might show it off pretty well. So see, that's just basically that was a bulletin board cork. You see all the extra color and texture that we got with at least about 6 or 7 different colors and types of flock and gravel and such. Now let me grab this again. We have a whole bunch of Van Dyke Brown here, and I might take some of my. Is this the Fabulous Brown Ochre? Yes, I'm on the Fabulous Brown Ochre. And this is, of course, where the stream just gets. This is the part everybody anticipates so eagerly, where we mix some of the thinner and the paint. Oh yeah, this is just earth-shattering stuff here. Look at this. That is mesmerizing. You literally cannot look away from this. It's just how intrigued you must be seeing that paint get mixed with the thinner. Doesn't get any more riveting than that. Now we're gonna hopefully be able to drop some of that down into these. Move that as far as I can off to the side. So that's going to go down in all of the furrows here. Now I'll save the outside one till after we do all this. Yep, that's right, surface tension. It is the weird thing is always when that you know does stuff like say 3D printing, and then they worry about that kind of stuff where it's just you realize that other stuff is infinitely more hazardous on like 1,000 levels. Yeah, we'll come back into these with our green again, but now we've got ourselves a little bit of value showing up here in the crevices. I can say for sure that the modeling paste is very good, especially for filling monstrous gaps. I did get a chance to try out more of the Max Putty. That's the Green Stuff World stuff, which to me is maybe a slightly more plasticine version of epoxy sculpt, which is my favorite sculpting material. We're almost all the way across. Getting some of these, getting some of the dark brown in there, but that's okay because I was going to get some green in there too. So we'll be doing some green glaze stuff in here once we're good to go with all of the darker browns. Along this edge, such as it is. Okay. And then we switch to, and we've got this, got the, I almost said pearline black. No, that is the Courbet green, which is a bit on the warmer side than, say, the pearline black, which is not black, it's just a super dark green. And trying to get the interior darks on these plants more towards the green. Oh, surface tension, that sounds really wild. Yeah, it worked very nicely because I could actually even sculpt with a brush. The Max Putty was nice. I was using the softer silicone tools instead of just the metal sculpting tools. I think there's 3 different hardnesses to those silicone sculpting tools. Alright, so now I think we got that. Now let's see if we can make some, not just lighter stuff on the leaves here, but maybe something that's got a little bit more intensity to the green. Indian yellow, there's our radiant green. And I think this kind of needs to be a bit thicker as well. So everybody please check out that link there that surface tension just sheared of that gap, that filling material there. So again, that's not just lighter, it is also, it's got more intensity to it. You can only really go so light anyhow. Now here I'm also trying to fill in maybe a few of the layer lines. Trying to mask that this is FDM printed, and that's in these furrows here. I'm going to be putting that kind of dirt texture there. I take the not Woodland Scenics, the Geek Gaming Scenics glue. I thin that down to basically just about a wash consistency anyhow. And then that really soaks onto the surface, spreads out. And then I get all my, again, it's not just the color of the flock and such. There's the texture of it because I can get some leaves out here too. not. We'll let that set for a little bit longer while I mess around with the leaves over here, I think. So about 3 hours ago, our other terrain piece and this had no paint whatsoever. That has all happened in the last 3 hours. Hit that over here. There as well. So oh yeah, it does make a big difference. And it's really not all that lighter. It's just got more of an intense color to it. I mean, it's radiant green, Indian yellow. That's going to be relatively intense color. High saturation. We hit this too. So radiant green, a little bit of that Indian yellow. Indian yellow, not an opaque color at all, but the radiant is, and the Indian yellow gives it that extra kick of intensity. Also makes it a little bit on the warmer side. I suppose on a couple of these where the darker glaze stuff that we did in there had an effect. This is going to make it look a little lighter, I suppose, on some of the edges too. In addition to that high saturation. Get this. So these, again, the plants, 3D printed from Conquest Creations. He did a whole, basically a Shire kind of thing. He did one building. It was basically Farmer Maggot's house. He did actually a little dog house type of thing. He did your Buckleberry Ferry with an actual river. It's really more like a lake and the size of it. Which is kind of nifty because that is another thing I was going to use for testing out my, well, that was at the what the heck? Oh, AK Interactive, the ice stuff, the frost stuff. Yeah, still got to get that. I think let's see, was it Sector X that tried that? Was the would you did you already use that stuff, Sector X, the AK Interactive frost stuff? I wasn't sure. Or perhaps both of you actually used it. It's got to be better than anything. Has to be better than that frost stuff that Green Stuff World tried making. That just never really worked. Is that just a piece of fuzz right there? Still making the leaves. I think we got most of the stuff on that half. Again, I have to stick with the thicker paint here. Because what do we have on here? We have lots of glazes and pinline washes. with the oil paints, you can't have the same thicknesses. What you want to do is kind of paint that's on the thicker side. Then if you're going to go on top of that, you want something that's thinner. And then you kind of have to go back again. If you want to do another thing on there, now it's got to be thicker again. Still going strong with our lighter green here. Not going to do any other stuff on the brown because that's going to be covered. Radiant green again here. Okay, mixed with the Indian yellow. As much for the intensity of it as it is for the lightness of it. And we're about, I want to say about 55% of the way, maybe almost 60% working our way across here. Then we'll go back to the Hobbit hole, which has had a nice little chance to kind of set a little bit, so we'll be able to work in some more detail stuff there. We always recommend have multiple things to work on with the oil paints, because you want to set those off to the side. If you just keep hammering away at the same area, it doesn't matter if you go thin, thick, whatever. If you're lucky, it just takes a bazillion years to dry, but if you're unlucky, it's just going to start making mud, because it's all just going to be mushing together, and it's not going to make anybody happy. So if you've got, especially if they're smaller miniatures, you'll want to set that miniature aside, either work on another one, or you got other things you can do, file miniatures, prep miniatures, base figures, whatever. But you do not want to be hasty little hobbitses. Don't be hasty little hobbits. We're getting there. We're about maybe almost 80%-ish. All across our fabulous little farm field here. Again, that is FDM printed, so that means it's going to be nice and rugged. I think I've already stepped on this thing once practically. Yeah, that's for sure, right? Surface tension. You done got too much paint on there. Still, for the most part here, Indian yellow, radiant green. So surface tension, we are looking forward to a potentially huge, well, not potentially, it will be a huge college football Saturday here. There's some pretty crucial late season matchups, especially given how the college football play, that we're now in basically sort of the second week of the playoff rankings. Less is more, and more is way too much, right? Surface tension. I mean, that's that way with acrylic paint too, but with the oils, that is almost biblical. You have to not get too much on that figure. or the terrain piece for that matter. I think I've got some interesting Harad pieces that I've printed out, and also too there's some Moria stuff. I want to see if I can paint some of this Moria terrain on stream. And I'm not sure how that's going to play out. Boy, it'd be sweet if we could. It would have object source lighting on it, no doubt. Hey there, Neshlin. I hope that you're doing well. Happy Friday to you. And well, hopefully your week was a nice one too. Not too crazy. All right, now we're gonna get this thing off to the side here. And out comes this again. Let me see what I can do with some of these rocks here. I'm gonna use this as a blending brush. Lighten up that rock. We're gonna come back probably with some dark here as well, I think. I don't know if I can really, I don't think I can go much lighter than this. Nah, I want to really go with that. I don't even know if I want to go that light. So therefore, we're going to see what we can do with some Van Dyke Brown here now. Also not too much thinner. You know what? I might even throw a little touch of my green in there. So Van Dyke Brown, and that would be the Courbet green. Let me see if I can get this connected now to these rocks on the interior. That is one giant rock right there. So a little over 3 hours again. 3 hours ago. This did not have any paint on it whatsoever. Certainly did not have any glow on the inside from the fireplace. So enjoy that special kind of wet there. Surface tension. Appreciate you being here, of course, as always. Take care, and again, I hope you guys have a great one. Now, I don't know if there's that strange object in the sky that you have to worry about, or if it's your usual Welsh gray and wet. Might try to go a little bit lighter. See the up here on the top of the little pickets here, the slats in the fence. You know what? Not Venetian. Well, fine. We'll do this. We'll do the Venetian red. That is from Richardson. That's essentially their version of Terra Rosa. It's a very orangey color for sure. Works great for skin tones, for rust. Okay. Couple of the fence slats there where we've got just a almost black type color. Probably gonna try to maybe even work a little bit of green there. Surface tension says there's some slight tinges of blue in that strange sky. Unheard of, unnatural. I'm just going to get the white right into that Venetian red. It's so weird. I keep thinking that I should be painting a portrait here or something. That's about as light also as I can get here with this and still have it kind of register as some kind of brown. Well, most of the time I'm sticking my hand on these things, so not quite sure what value it is putting any kind of color on the top of those things. At least not at this point. The side of the trough here, I might try to do a little something there. Maybe just pretend there's a bit of wood grain texture on that. Take my... Oh yeah, we've got nails on the back of this. Let me see if I can take some of my ice blues, some of the indigo, and just get some nails on the back of these here. Not a ton. That's going to be... Well, I guess I can sort of get something there. Couple of nails down over there. That's, again, the bottom slat over there. I'm going to take some of this and... here it is. The light on the top of our... again, our little fence pickets there. Hey there, Recoil. Everybody, please give Recoil 13 a follow. Recoil, if you wanted to share some of yourself real quick in the chat before we start making the suppers and such, please go ahead and do that. So Recoil, I think it's the 20th when the stickers are supposed to arrive, and of course, hopefully tomorrow I can try to do at least a couple of die-cut stickers of the Lord of the Rings gummy bear characters. Now, there's been, I don't know if you've seen some of the first leaks that have come out regarding MESPG. So, what would you say, like the core of the core mechanics, those seem to be like they're staying the same. There is a new stat added, which is intelligence, courage. For whatever reason, they listed it a little bit differently. Well, no, very differently. So instead of, well, you need to, this is your courage plus whatever you roll on the dice. Now it's, I guess you have to roll, I guess, higher than whatever the courage number is on the dice. There does seem to be some spread out fight skill. There might also be something, whether it's light shields, heavy shields, whatever shields. Everybody please check out that Instagram link that Recoil just shared, and please give Recoil a follow. So Recoil, would you, I don't know if you might be streaming after you get the get supper done and such. So yeah, Recoil, we were trying to figure out how much, how many hundreds of dollars that's going to be on Forge World, given the fact, how could we have these here? So imagine the Forge World Werewolf, which is about this size. I think those are $50 a piece. Yeah, I think each of those werewolves are $50 a piece. Or something just crazy like that. So my guess is that that troll and those handler guys, you're looking at probably I think, did you say about 160 or something there, Armored Wolf? Yeah, Recoil, I figured it was, well, it's life is like flaming chainsaws, which you juggle. Yeah, I cannot wait to see what all that stuff looks like. And now Rico, okay, good. Everybody, please check out that Instagram link that Rico just shared. Please give Recoil13 a follow as well. I still have to find. I don't know if it's WSS or if it's WSD. I think it's WSS that has the. That's where I got not the static grass box, but basically the applicator wand and such. Yeah, given that Diwali and everybody else has been making really, really good. Well, like the Karn Doom stuff. Actually, Diwali just did a bunch of trolls. I mean, I have so many different troll files to print out. Actually, Kurzlik also did the like the Angmar trolls. Was it hill trolls? So I think I'll probably just wait for, say, the Diwali / Kurzlik hill trolls and such. Can I lighten this up a little? Yeah, I guess I can lighten that wood up a little bit there. Now see, over here, if I try to get too much of the brown in there, it's just gonna blend with the fence. Oh, also too, yeah, we've got a nice little farm field to go along with that. Alright, we'll see you later there, Recoil. Say hello to Mom for me, as always, and thanks so much for being here. I guess I can go a teensy bit lighter with some of that. Let me see if I can. Okay, that's better. Some of that over here. Oh yeah, right along the side. No, thanks, Recoil. Appreciate that. Not used to seeing those. So thanks, Rico. Appreciate that. Thanks so much. Trying to get another little tiny bit of a wood grain texture on this. You don't really have too much of that to start with. Pretty much have to put that on by yourself there. That's too light. But look at this. We got ourselves a blending brush. It's almost a bit like an eraser. Get these slats again too. Yeah, let's go a little bit more of the light right along the edge here. Catching a bit more of our light right along the edge of this wood texture. Not so much back here because where's our roof? Oh, you know what? I can actually get a little dark or a little more stuff on the chimney there. Let's do that. So more light up there. There we go. But I always have something on hand that I can use again as a blending brush here. Let's get these stones now. A little something on them. There's not really a whole lot of our later stuff over here. We gotta get some over there. Nope, not that. We want the, it's got a little bit of a bluishness to it here. Yep. Oh, now wait a minute. That is all one rock right there. Oh, now here there's a seam that runs right along this. Let's see if putting that light there makes the seam show up more. Or if it does, it's just kind of neutral. Maybe it makes it show up a little bit more, I guess. Alright, let's go a little later here. There too. Oh yeah, that definitely needs some more light on it. I'm gonna use, maybe I'll use this as a blending brush. Another area where we could use a decent amount of light here. Grand Orc. Well, actually, ooh, we haven't done a. This should be interesting. Let's see what this looks like in film noir before we take the lid off, so to speak. I'm gonna zoom out so you can see this a little bit better. Now let's Interesting. Yep. No, with the green gone and everything. What that looks like now. Let's take a look at the interior here. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Thank you so much. Appreciate everything that you do to help out the stream. Boy, that looks just almost identical now that the lights are on both of them, but immediately it starts to change, doesn't it? We're not even at 50%. We're almost there. We go. Now we're at 50. Same stones looking very different, right? So have a good night there, Grand Oracle. Again, sorry that the printer's not showing up quite as promptly as it was supposed to. So see you later there, Grand Oracle. Now keep in mind we also have some fun little livestock that's going to go in here. Again, we got ourselves a nice little cow that's going to go here. If I can actually get him in my hand. There we go. Now we got him orientated. So there you go. He works out pretty well there. Nice little cow. We got goats. We got chickens. We got all the different things. Maybe we have some chickens out here doing stuff. I got pigs too. Well, yeah, I think a lot of these are from the printing goes ever on. That Grand Oracle, I have to say that so far printing out that curio cabinet, that really has not gone as hoped. They made that way too complicated. And the pieces are, they're not super fun to print out. So yeah, not a huge fan of the curio stuff. And we'll get our couple little extra light bits down there. So at some point we'll get our we'll get some of the cows ready to go. I'm thinking that I don't want to put them on bases so that we can get them in here. So we'll just well, I'll probably just hot glue them or something to something just to so they hang on to them so that I can paint those guys. See if we can paint those up on stream. Just trying to get a little bit of the light stuff down in here. Some of that thatching or whatever. I think I've kind of gone as light as I want to go on the grass portion there. I'm also going to try and get a little bit of no, actually I can go a little lighter. We did a lot of light right there, but not here by the window. Yeah, that should probably be a little lighter around there. This thing never really got much of anything there. Still got some of my brown on that. So 3.5 hours ago, 3 hours 26 minutes ago to be exact, we had no paint on this. That happens quick. We stay here all the time. Don't blink. Actually, wow, that really blends in there. So there is wood there. Okay. That's... We'll just here, grab some of this and we'll paint something on there. It's like, man, oh man, why is there no wood? All the other windows have a wood frame around them. This one doesn't. Well, it does. It's just so... There's not really much defining it. So we'll define it with our pink color then. So we're going to do this with sort of a mid-tone first. Then we'll put the darks around it. Okay. Do that to this one now. Over we go. So now we at least got the wood. Let me show you one of the other ones here to illustrate what I'm saying. So you can see that window. Yeah, it was just really weird what was going on there. The dark around the edge of that. Oh yeah, this one kind of had the darker, but it didn't have the lighter stuff, or even the wood color. Now it's got both. And now it's got a bit of a sharp edge there too. All good things. I don't even know what got me to notice that, because I couldn't see that before. And I kept thinking, that's really weird why this one building does not have the same detail around the windows that all the other ones do. This is building number 4, by the way. And this is from Miniature Land. Miniature Land has a ton of great terrain. Certainly going to be painting much more stuff from Miniature Land. Not just on the stream, but we'll try and do those also in some tutorial videos. You know what, let me get a little bit of my yellow. So that's the Mars yellow deepen with our white here. Hopefully not too much thinner, because the edge that we're doing here, I basically just have to paint that in, because there's really nothing there. Lighten up that a little, and then this edge too. I mean, it should be catching some of the sunlight here. Same deal on this guy. Oh, that's borderline too much thinner. Gotta go make this a little thicker. Now, let me also take some of my brown here. That's the brown ochre. Essentially a burnt umber type of deal. We're going to make that darker. That should also help to sharpen up that edge a little. Gotta do that on this one too. Hey there, Kate. How you doing? Everybody please give Kate Creates a follow. So Kate, I hope that you do it very well. And of course, Kate, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. We've got ourselves, yes, more Hobbits. More Hobbit fun from Shireville. Glad that you do it well. And again, everybody please give Kate Crates a follow, and if you want to share anything in the chat, like always, please go ahead. Boy, oh boy, we went from having nothing over here, all of a sudden, now we got ourselves some window frames, yay. Let me see if I can't get the light on the top of this. Now, Kate, you'll still be, I think you're going to be working on that bust this week, or well, actually, no, you won't be streaming over the weekend. I think, well, tonight might be your last stream of the week. My brain hasn't been working and remembering people's schedules, unfortunately. It's been in free fall. Is this my fast mat? Well, what's left of the fast mat? Wait. You know what? I need to get some of this. It's the Mars Yellow Deep. Some of this. That can't all just be dark right there. We gotta lighten that up a little. Also gonna just take some thinner. And that will start to fill up some of those layer lines. That's something, again, you can do with the oils. That's pretty much impossible to do with the acrylics because we tried. And of course, we got live stuff. Oh, we also were doing one of these. We did one of these too, so we got some more farm fields going. We're starting to make our way here on our Hobbit terrain. I believe that I've got 4 more Hobbit buildings printed out. And one of them is the Conquest Creations building, so it's basically just round doors. It doesn't really have the Hobbit hole look to it like these do. I'm going to stick with that brown ochre here where possible. And let me I have it right here. So again, this right here, that's what's going to go in all of this. And this is from Gaming Scenics. And you can tell, I mean, it basically just kind of looks like dirt, doesn't it? And that's what's going to go where, oh, guess what? Where dirt is. Huge surprise. And that's gonna be done in a tutorial video on the Patreon page. And of course, our latest one, we have that. I'm sure that's rendered now. Well, I would hope it is. We are going to be uploading that after the stream, and that's going to go on the Patreon page tomorrow. That is another episode. It's part 3 of our lizard, skink, raptor riders series. That one you just saw, that's from episode 2. It's going to be we're calling it our mega series. It's going to be at least 7 episodes long. Typically, army painting series are 5. Then they always start with basing. But this one is a special one because we're painting a whole bunch of the raptor riders, and we're making them all in. Each one is different colors. Every skink is a different color. Every raptor is a different color. Should probably hit that with a dark anyway, because that is going to be in shadow with the roof being right over the top of it, I think. So again, about 3 hours, 36 minutes ago, this and the other piece, the little farm field there, well, those had absolutely no paint on them. Certainly no object source lighting. couple of these guys where I'm going to try and get some dark on the top of them here. Almost a bit like they're kind of casting a shadow from the firelight here. You know what? Let me get a little bit of the orange on this. And the firelight kind of hits it from the side. You know, we'll use this. Let's use this orangey brown up there. That'll work. You know what? That wall, or at least that pole there in the corner, that's going to get some of our orange here. We've been using the Puro orange. It's not the cheapest color ever, that's for sure. But boy, it has some pretty amazing properties to it. It's a weird color that can be opaque and translucent kind of all at once. Oh yeah, we did get that. Okay, look at my hand is on this brush. It is almost at the end of the handle there. Now, Kate, I don't think you've had a chance to mess around anymore with your oils, right? Hopefully, like I said, you eventually get a chance to kind of play around with those, maybe do those colored chart things. There's been a couple of times where brush has gone a little wonky there, so I'm going to try and restore some of the dark in here. Oh yeah, over there. Now down in some of these again. Because we had gone with kind of the red and black mix on a few of those. No problem there, Kate. And again, if there's anything that you wanted to post in the chat, some of the stuff you've been working on, please go ahead and do that as well. More of that dark all the way back here. I need to kind of do the same bit of dark on these little nails right here. Maybe we'll also try to do a little bit of the cracks that we did. Yeah, I only got 2 fingers on the brush, that's it. I mean, this is one of our self-painting brushes anyway, so we shouldn't even have to hold it. It's one of those amazing brushes that we really should do a Kickstarter for. Imagine a brush that just paints everything by itself. You don't even have to touch it. If we were to do a Kickstarter on that, it would be like just gold. I mean, what would some people pay for a brush that just paints the figure by itself? Probably hundreds. We've got a special offer to do it for thousands. Just gonna get a little bit more of the lighter stuff on the water here. We are gonna do some same thing on the quenching pool. I'll do some of my some of the heavy gloss gel on here, so it has a little bit of waves to it or ripple, especially if we're gonna have a goat that's drinking out of it. Yeah, where's that goat? There he is. So we have the cow. We can go in here. We have a goat, right? Can be drinking out of that thing. Where's my... I don't want to have a ton of blue in here. But I also don't want it to be the same as what's going on over here with the flagstones. Now, speaking of blue, I'm going to try and lighten up this ultramarine blue in a couple of spots on the door here. Let me see if we can make this here work. Or do I just need to get the radiant blue out there? I'm literally trying to sneak the brush past all this stuff here, but it's... there we go. You can see I had to sneak it actually through between the two big poles and even two slats of our fence over here. It's crazy. You know where this is here. I'm going to get some dark, and then we'll do some of the same light that we did out here. It might even go a little lighter on a few of those bits of the straw or whatever here. For actually, you know what? There's one last rock over there. See, again, I don't have to mix, right? I just plop that stuff on there, and then we push it around. This definitely needs to have some of my Mars yellow deep in it. Also, I might even get some of the ice blue in there. When I look at this side, it might be getting a little too light, so there we are, some of our brown. We need some kind of texture over here. It can't just be almost flat with the exception of a few brush strokes. Another little bit of separation from the grassy portion there. Yep, we got that edge. All along here, I'm thinking that will just be our fucking foliage. It doesn't really make any sense to try and paint any of that. It really doesn't. Now, some of this, one of these has been working as my blending brush. Probably this guy here. What I'm doing here, again, this is the magic of the open. These edges are a little too sharp on some of these. All I have to do is just hit that again with this blade. Look at, can see that lighter paint on the end of the brush. That's some of the paint that we just essentially took off of the miniature there. And you might say, oh my gosh, that paint is so wet. How do you deal with that? Well, first we have, again, these are from Battlecraft Supplies. Well, look at that. That's balanced right there. Because that's actually balanced on my finger. And then I can even play a little bit of spin the Hobbit hole here, and it doesn't fall over. Because there's pennies and there's sand down in here, so that's got weighted down quite nicely. There's smaller ones too, this size, and we've certainly used these on our streams. I can see a little bit of a different size. There's also been a modification to these where you can screw off the bottom and just like this and get some weight in there, and that's been really nice. I use those for painting my ships. That's right, for painting our 1/1800 scale ships. Back into the orange. I'm just trying to get a little bit of a line here because it's so close to the fireplace. Now I gotta just get all that stuff out of the brush. It is dulling that down way too much. Now we're gonna get some of our yellow into that. And you can see the line that I'm getting there. Yeah, I got 2 fingers on the brush and my hand is almost off the brush handle. The paint is on the relatively thick side of things. Okay, so that is starting to work now. I think I'm going to try and lighten up this corner on our post here, or this board. I mean, it is right by the fireplace. Also, maybe a bit more of our light there too. That's a blending brush. Here's a brush we actually want to do some painting with there. These are the I almost said 1/1800. These are the 18-0 Princeton Velvet Touch. So these are all synthetic brushes. I haven't used sable brushes in years. There just really wasn't really the need. A few years ago, you had all the supply chain things going on, and then the quality of them just, well, the price kept going up, and the quality kept going down and down and down. And then we said, you know what? We'll just we'll roll with the craft brushes like we always do, and then these synthetics. I think Cotman is another brand that's from Winsor Newton. They would be really similar. Maybe not exactly like the Princeton brushes here, but pretty darn close, I think. Okay, on the edge of this board, because of the way that firelight is going to hit it. Try to get a little bit of light on that wall, and also that wall over there. And then, well, that's got a whole bunch of thinner on it, but this one, back to the 2 fingers on the brush here again. And we do that. So now we got getting the glow, hitting the rocks there. there might be a few of these flagstones as we get further out here that I want to at least get a little bit of orange on the edges, so maybe not quite that light. Let's see what this is going to do here. So that's the Naphtol Scarlet, and that's got a little bit of that pure orange in it, and yep. And the crazy thing about that pure orange is that it has this weird sneaky opacity to it. Normally it is not opaque at all, as in none, but it paints that way. I mean, I can show you the tube of paint here, and you'll see that there is a distinct banding there. That's the actual paint on the label. That's not printed on, and that is usually not what you see with an opaque color. Let me show you what you usually see with an actual opaque color. This is what you see. Look at that. So that is opaque right there. Again, that's the Mars red. Does this have any oxide in it? Where's the... No, it doesn't. Well, at least it doesn't say. Now, when it comes to the oils, you can see I got some more little marks on my arm. Got rid of them the first time by taking some dish soap, some warm water, a minute or two tops. It's all gone. You won't have to worry about it at all. And we use high quality thinner. It's from Mona Lisa here. So that's Speedball is the main brand. Mona Lisa is kind of the sub-brand, and this is a high-quality odorless thinner. We don't clean the brushes with the thinner. We clean them with this. That is for also look at that dried acrylics, also oils, not hazardous, no vapor. That is from Winsor Newton. It can even get super glue out of your brushes. Happens a lot because, well, I'm using them with a lot of my basing stuff. So yes, super glue will get into the brushes, and that'll get the super glue out of there too, which is very nifty. A little bit more of our light up there. Now we're going to take that not Perlene black. That is the Courbet green. So kind of the not quite Perlene black. Perlene black used to be a printing ink years ago. It's a super, super, super ultra dark green. And you can see it playing out here in these corners of these dormers right here. You can see how that's just going to be blended in there. You know, just just use this as a blending brush. So again, just using stuff like the craft brushes. I think we pretty much got as much dark as we can in here. Solidify that line, because we did that over here. So yeah, we'll darken up that fence post. We've done 2 different fence. We did one in white. We even did one here as a yellow on this Hobbit hole. And I'm not sure if that was the first one we painted or if this was the first one. No, I think this is maybe the second one that we painted. And look at that, there's Bilbo Bananigans hanging out at the door. And all along this, we're going to try and get some static grass on there. Yeah, we've got some a video planned for all that. I mean, now we got 4 Hobbit holes and 2 pieces of our garden. I think that's more than enough for doing a tutorial video. Hey there, plank water. Or plank walker, sorry. Happy Friday. Happy Friday there, plank walker. Hope that you're doing super well. We've got another Hobbit hole we're going to be painting tomorrow on our Friday stream. We got another Hobbit hole we're going to paint on our Saturday stream. And then, of course, Monday we go back to Armada Mondays. We will be painting some more of the IGN ships, 1/1800 scale. I'm going to try and have another carrier printed out, and I think we'll have a couple of cruisers that we can do. The Japanese carriers have so much more on them in the way of markings. It was really wild painting that one. So again, here's that's our IJN there. We did Akagi there, and we did Nagato. That was our Monday stream. Gonna restart. So some of these lines that separate those boards, I'm actually just kind of painting those in. They're not really there. Yeah, this is FDM printed. It's not a resin print, so they won't necessarily have quite the same level of details and such. Do I have any of my fast matte white? I just got the ice blue. Let me see what I can do it. Oh, yeah, wow. Okay. I didn't think that was going to end up being that much later. What I'm trying to do is put a little bit of texturizing on here that also does a bit of Moskorovka on the layer lines here. Oh, that's the other thing I've got to, I have to prep. I got the spiders printed out, and I have a whole bunch of spider webs and trees and such. One of the things I printed out, it's going to be too big for a 60 mil base, so I think I might just do that as terrain instead of, or maybe I'll put a little few spiders in there as decorations. I'm hoping that the other ones I printed out, those are small enough to fit on a 60 millimeter base. Either that, I might have to do a video on sculpting spider webs in trees. I'm not quite sure exactly how I would do that. And I mean, spider webs that are actually strong, not spider webs that are going to break or whatever. Okay, yeah, now we're starting to have the same type of deal as what we've got going on over here. Maybe not. Yeah, I'm going to do a little bit on that flagstone over here. Now there's also this, I'm going to try and separate that a little more. So I got some Van Dyke Brown here. I will actually have some grass and stuff coming up to, at least some moss down in there too. Tempted to throw a little bit of a lighter color here on this piece of wood. Let me see something here. Again, it's got to go in between the fences here. So that can actually, and again, held like this. Yeah, Denethor. Well, you'll see you'll see those things. They were Asgard Rising. They were actually 3D printed. And there's, imagine like a tree, a lot like the eagles. It's the same trees actually. Oh, here it is. So imagine one of these trees here, but instead of an eagle nest sitting there, there's basically and this branch comes out this way, and there's a spider web that's kind of suspended between the two branches. And what I want to do is obviously have the spiders sitting on the branch, or sitting on those spider webs there. And Denethor, if you want to share your sculpting stuff there, please go ahead, and everybody please give Denethor a follow. Because speaking of sculpting, Denethor will be streaming said sculpting at a certain point. So you want to be ready to be able to watch those fantastic sculpting streams. Unless Denethor, were you thinking it would be easier to start out doing painting streams first? I'm just trying to think what would be... because, well, with miniatures, so you're sculpting the miniatures, you can't... You can kind of do a little bit of it, and then you gotta, okay, set it aside. So you would have to be sculpting a bunch of different things all at once. Because what I was wondering is if there was a way for me to, with my epoxy sculpt slash maybe max putty, or this is the other thing too. I was thinking, do I take something like florist wire, very thin florist wire, and almost see if I can kind of bend it into shape, and then maybe hit it with a little bit of gloss gel or something to give it some variation, as opposed to just the wire itself, which is exactly the same thickness everywhere. Yeah, the sculpting, I can tell you right now, the sculpting is very intense on stream. That is really, really intense. Because we sculpted not one, not two, but I believe 3 eagles. The Eowyn bust. We sculpted a Galadriel too. Oh, and then of course the Great Beast of Golgoroth, which of course they eliminated from the game. Which is weird because you can see the Great Beast of Golgoroth. They had 2 of them hauling Grond right up to the door, right up to the gate of Minas Tirith. So again, the stuff that it's not shown in the movies or mentioned in the books, it just makes no sense. Yeah, then there is a few folks that kind of use the streaming as a bit of a prompt, as a bit of a way to kind of say, all right, let's well, we have to do something here. We got folks watching. Actually, I'm just gonna use a little bit of my cleaner there to get some of that. There we go. I was sticking my hand on the green there, all of a sudden I had a whole bunch of paint on my finger there. Yeah, I should get... Oh, okay, that's... I see what that is. I gotta get the frame around that then. Alright. I can do that. Well, we'll try. Getting the brown in there. Okay. That's better. A little bit of light on the top of that. So yeah, that definitely makes sense, Denethor. Again, for a whole bunch of folks. they kind of use it as a bit of motivation or whatever. Take some of my ice blue. It's going to mix with that sort of yellowish color that we were actually using for our firelight not too long ago. Well, doesn't have to be too light there, because what's going to go on top of that? It'll be this right here. Speaking of which, let me... no, we're going to be putting the stuff over there. I do want to hit this, though. There is some stuff that I would like to do over here, if possible. Now, let me get a little bit more of that cleaned up there. That's our not perline black color, and some of the Van Dyke brown. There. Hopefully that is not too much paint there. Now for some of my lighter green. Back into this. Also a little bit of thinner so that some of the layer lines get some fillage there. Some of that over here. Nah, it's gonna get now a little bit more of the yellow in that. Blending a brush. So now I feel like we got some of the green carried out this way a bit more. All right. Wait a minute. Some of our green there. Is that a... Oh, well, I guess that's a wooden beam. I was wondering about that edge. Well, no problem. We'll grab some of this. Yeah, I was looking at that. That's a really funky looking edge there, and that's probably because it's supposed to be I guess a wooden beam. So we'll turn it into that now. It's weird because it doesn't really continue on anywhere else, but we'll just roll with it. Now some of that wood grain texture. Gotta get a little bit more of the yellow into that. One more bit of some lighter stuff, then we're gonna reverse course and get that darker green up there, like we've done on like around our windows. Okay, so that begins to make a little more sense now. That darker green here. Yeah, now that board, whatever that is, stands out. There is another bit of some board under there too. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Again, right after the stream, I'm going to start uploading the latest video, which will be the rest of our skinkies here. And there'll be more axolotls on the bases as well. So each one of the figures in this army painting series is a different color. Every skink, every raptor is the bases are all different. I've already done 2 other episodes in that series. The initial basing video, and then what you saw there, that's the second episode. We always called it the color test figure episode. You do that $15 pledge on the Patreon page, you will have yourself about 2,000 hours worth of videos of all types: busts, vehicles, terrain, a whole ton of color theory and oils episodes. There's a printing workshop series. There's a diorama series. There's a Shatterpoint series. There's also our chapter studies. We do different chapters of Space Marines. And here's another one of our recent series that we just finished not long ago. Howling Banshees. And not all of it is oil painting either. There's a whole ton of acrylic videos, and they're still making videos with acrylic. Sometimes there are kind of hybrid videos like this one where we did what I call primer painting with acrylics. Most of that face was actually painted with primer, believe it or not, mixed with ink. And then we did a whole bunch of oils over the top of that. I virtually made a fluorescent primer. And all kinds of experimentation, constantly experimenting in the videos. Yeah, it's just not like, okay, here's video number 20 on object source lighting. There's always something different, again, that I'm trying out that I've never tried before. New materials that I've never tried before. That's certainly been a whole bunch of recent videos. Is me going, well, never used this before. I think it can do this. We'll find out on camera if it can or if it can't. And not all experiments work, which means that's a hard lesson that you do not have to learn. I think we're pretty good now on that. Let me see if I can do some of the darker stuff on that chimney. Back again. There we go. Yeah, the rocks aren't super well defined here, so I kind of have to define those myself. Especially as we rotate around to here. Now we think we're pretty good down in the chimney itself. And do we have that meshed together pretty well? I think so. So now we'll take that roof off of there again. I would like to get at least maybe a little bit of some lighter stuff on the wall. Let me see if I could just maybe use the ice blue. Just going to drag this along the wall here. Very lightly. Remember, this was only about 3.5 hours ago that this was very liquid, right? There was mostly a glazy kind of thing, and there was just really, really thin down paint dripping all over the place. Not anymore. Let me see here. I suppose we'll try to lighten that a little bit. Doesn't really matter, because again, we also have to think too, there's going to be at least one cow or something like that in front of it, possibly two. Maybe let me see what happens with this trough here. If I take that and some of the ice blue, so that's the little bit of that, I almost said brilliant yellow pale, as the Mars yellow deep. And on the edge of that trough there. Same out there. Now on our fence. And sort of trying to create a little bit of texture that's maybe not necessarily there. I'll use this as my blending brush. I think that doesn't have... Yep, okay. For a second there I was like, maybe that does have a whole bunch of thinner on it, but it didn't. Yeah, alright. More of our light down there. And maybe what's on here gets a little bit of the light green that we've been using on the grassy roof there. So I'm just going to throw some of that on here. Again, there's going to be mostly grass, flower, tuff, whatever going along that. Soften a couple of these. I see some sharp edges on those stones. Look at that. I'm just really poking at it. And that is doing the trick. I think oh, that's right. I was getting some of the indigo also too in between some of these rocks here. See if I can. Yeah, I'm gonna try and get some of that really dark stuff down here. It looks like it's working. Yeah. Back to a blending brush here, because again, there's some of the edges on these guys are just really sharp. Gotta knock some of that down. These guys never did get a chance to do that at all. Alright. I mean, it's minimal effect, but again, it's not quite as sharp now. How you doing there, Louise? Welcome and happy Friday to you. I hope that all is well. I suppose we'll do the same over on this one here. It is interesting to see the difference between, the brown fence there. Essentially the same kind of fence, but here we kind of did a yellow fence, and then we've done the white fence. on this hole over here with Bilbo Bananigans on the front of it. Hey there, Arid. I hope your Thursday stream was really fun there, Arid. Also, too, as always, why don't you post your Pinstagram, as we like to call it, links there in the chat. Everybody, please give Arid a wave a follow. Arid will be streaming again, I do believe, Saturday, 7 Pacific. And painting the dice towers, right, Arid? Everybody, please check out that Pinterest link again. And please give Arid a wave a follow. So has the usual evening routine been accomplished so far? Now, let me get some of this here. Well, I'm glad that you're hammering through those. And again, if everybody wants to check out the fabulous dice towers and stuff, you can just give Arid a follow. Of course, I'm trying to calculate how many more you have to paint yet. So now we're back into our ice blue here. We needed some up there too. All right. Now I'm finally feeling like the rocks and the pole there have some separation. Hey there, Space Toy. How are ya? Everybody, please give Space Toy a follow. Space Toy, as always, you want to share some stuff in the chat there. Some of your work, please go ahead and do that. So why don't we do some more light right here? So Space Toy, great to see you. I hope everything's going really well. Yeah, now I really feel like these rocks have some shape to them. Before they were just kind of, they're almost, well, even these stones had more shape, or the flagstones. So now these are finally starting to have the same amount here. Yeah, definitely Space Toy. You want to post that the flat there that you use the oils on, that'd be super. Okay. I think what I've been doing is hitting that with my finger and taking some of that away. So it looks like we have somebody in the chat there that ain't supposed to be there. I think that needs to be gotten rid of. Let's do the again. That's got a little bit of the yellow in there too. So yeah, we got ourselves a little bit of bottage going on in the chat there. Ooh, let me take some of my really dark stuff here. Right along there. That too. Okay, I think now we're set there. So Space Toy, hopefully the oils have been really, really fun on the miniatures and such. So everybody please check out the Insta link there from Space Toy. Some really, really fabulous miniatures there. Let me let me try and catch a little bit of my dark on the underside of this here too. There we are. Over here, not super important. Like I said, we're going to be, the grass texture and the flock and everything is going to be going over that edge. We just soften some of those darks that we just put there. There. See what we can do dark-wise over here now. Again, some of these slats here, trying to create the impression that there's a little more wood texture than is actually printed in there. Remember, this is an FDM style print here. Yeah, Space Toy, just the chillness of them, right? Because you can just kind of relax. You don't have to go at such a frenetic pace. It's weird because they help you finish everything so much faster, like exponentially faster. But you can take your time. That's like a really interesting dichotomy there. Let me throw a little bit more of this up here. Yeah, Space Toy, sorry about that. Not much I can really do. Let me see if there's any way to... There's not much I can do there, sadly. Yep, not much. We're going to, well, it's already about 3:17. We've been doing this about 4.5 hours. It's just about time actually to go see. Actually, I wonder if, yeah, we can head over that way. What was weird, Space Toy, is that they had a lot of the old-fashioned ones, like literally the old-fashioned ones from 4 years ago. Those were showing up like crazy. Yeah, just unfortunately, not a bunch that I can do about that. But yeah, now that is about, we're about 4.5 hours in here, and we got printing stuff to do. Here, let's again, we've got the fireplace going there. Plenty of greenery on the outside. There's going to be much more. Yeah, here that happened here. Well, not necessarily 6 of them, but yeah, it's so weird that they go away, then they come back. But you would think that format would be just here. Let me get this roof on there so we can see what that looks like. You know, let me get a little bit more of my light over here. Let me do that. Still sticking with kind of the ice blue over here. Blending brush. I'll use this as a blending brush here. We'll take this up there. Again, blending brush now. We'll take something that's really soft. Maybe this guy here. Some of our Van Dyke brown again. And now here we're just going to do a little bit of dry brush stuff right up here at the top of the chimney. Like so. There, okay. Might even do a little bit of this. Dragging it down this way a bit. Okay. That worked out fine. I think those are supposed to... I can't tell if that's supposed to be nails or if that's supposed to be just the wood texture. Well, let me take some of my brown here. And do that. Maybe some of the darker brown. Well, that's more just Van Dyke brown there. Going all the way much darker. There we go. Much darker down in there. Now, I'm not sure if the next one we do is going to be the lumberjack house. That would be this thing. So we might be doing this house here. I actually still need a piece of wood to chuck in there. See what I did there? Yes, I did. Still got a hearth over here to do. It's a little different shaped window there. So we'll either be doing this one or there's kind of just like a regular type of house to do. So it could be either one of those. Remember, we also, you know what? Let me see if I can get some even lighter stuff on here. I'm gonna have to get some of my fast matte white out here, I think, to do that though. Some of the fast matte white there. Of course, Irid, I was hearing some of the really big podcasters the other day, and like some that have like millions of followers, and all they kept talking about was bots in their chat. So I guess it's just a scourge. So here I'm just a couple little lighter things here every so often. Not necessarily everywhere, not necessarily every leaf. But yeah, I just need one extra step here. So thanks for doing the reporting there, Eric. Appreciate that. And again, everybody please give Eric a wife a follow. That's right, I gotta print me out one of those dice towers. Got one, it's from Texlari Factory. That is the, it's one of the Argonauts. And we'll do this again over here in the corner again. Just some of these. Nothing terribly elaborate here. Just a quick little light. And that's going to go nicely with our little pumpkin patch. We still have to do the cornfield yet. And again, this is from Conquest Creations. This is not from Miniature Land. I'm over posting a link to the YouTube channel. I still haven't had a chance to make one of those kind of short vids that just kind of show off the miniatures and the painting. I might try to do another little test. Well, there's more buildings I have to paint first, though. Okay, again, trying to not do every single one of these plants to the same degree so that there's a little bit of variation in them. Good there. Okay, that is not good enough on the plants there. Get them out of the way. So now you can see why I didn't do any extra light in there. But remember, we have these. Speaking of lights, right? If you put these tea lights in the buildings there. All of a sudden here, let me just get this roof back on. I mean, I haven't even, attached it or anything, but already, right? It kind of provides a little bit of light in there. All different kinds of colors for these things. White, yellow, orange, green, blue, purple, whatever. Different shapes too. Nope, I'm not going to put any light there because, again, I want my grass to be there. I'm going to try and get a little bit of light again on a couple of these flagstones out here. This has some of that light green in it. Done that. Some of our blue with the ice blue. Again, it might not be a water straw. That might be something else, but we're just going to make it water. Just realize that could be some feed in there or whatever. Well, we'll just make it water. Okay, so I think it's time. Let me see who we're going to head over to now. Ah, that's our wasted space. I think it's still show. Okay, yeah, I think we might head on over to wasted space then. Let me get the roof back on this thing so we can see what that looks like here very quickly. Now let's zoom out. Let's zoom out so we can take a look at this here. There it is. That's Hobbit hole number 4. All set, ready to go. Thanks, Space Toy. Appreciate that. And of course, we want to say thanks for all the bits and the subs and the follows and the cheers and the raids. We had some raids as well. And thanks so much, Space Toy. Appreciate that. Thanks to Armored Wolf for doing the moderations. I'm just going to get a little bit more of our light underneath there. And now we are good to go. So there it is. Okay. So thanks again, everybody. Appreciate everything. We will be streaming later today, doing more Hobbit holes. I'm going to get the raid countdown underway because that takes a little while. So yeah, that is the bot that we're talking about there. So we'll wait a second here just to see if that can be accomplished. And in the meantime, I'm just going to get me a little bit of dark right here on this. Ooh, I can actually make that darker. Yeah, a little darker too. Now we'll do some more of that dark down in here. Okay, that is, there we go. Mission accomplished. So yes, now I think we can do that without creating too much image. All right, so here we go. Because it is 3:30 and we're almost 5 hours into this building there. All right, so there it is. Look at that. Another Hobbit hole. And we will, remember, be doing Patreon videos showing how we're going to do all the flocking foliage here. We're going to get static grass. Going to try and do the wand, right, with the static stuff. Going to get all kinds of extra foliage down here. Maybe even some water effects in there. So thank you so much. Now I'm going to get this rate countdown started here. Because I think he's still streaming. So thank you so much, everybody. Appreciate that. And again, I'll catch you on the next stream, which is just hours away.